Hello, hello, hello. Okay, let me just, make sure everything's all set up, but it is a monumentous day. We're finally making it out of the Stormblood. Also, I'm not having any issues with like the stream or anything. Things are taking a while to like load and stuff. It's odd. I don't really know what's going on. But as long as the stream looks fine, I don't care. I think it's probably some VPN shenanigans. But yeah. Is it momentous because it took us this long, or because Stormblood is mediocre? Both. Stormblood is both incredibly long and incredibly mid. Like, that's the thing, is if all of this was compressed, like, there are some parts in Heaven's Ward that I was not particularly a huge fan of. You know, and the stuff leading from ARR post-patch to Heaven's Ward is, like, real awkward and terrible. Like, everything with like, Telegia and getting kicked out of Ul'dah and all of that, like, that stuff is rough. There's really no reason for, like, any of that to be happening. And it just feels very awkward and kind of stupid. But at least it's, like, that's like a handful of quests. And then we're just, oh look, we're in Ishgard, and we're doing Ishgard stuff now. This is just like, alright, we're gonna be doing stuff that you don't care about in Alamigo for the next, like, 20 hours. Buckle in. Remember this character that you liked a little bit as, like, a comic relief character as part of a fun little Manzai duo? Yeah, she's gonna be the main character now. No, we didn't actually give her any characterization, though. Also, I don't know why, I'm just feeling like painting. Hmm?
空中で飛行型魔導アーマーを叩き切るとはドナの侍恐るべしだな。
分厚い。
まさか夕霧殿だけで。
Yeah. Fix my gear. What? It's like, it's fine. Actually, no, wait, I'm not going to be able to do this on Picto because then I would have to, I wouldn't be able to solo it as effectively. I would need to go buy better gear. Nope.
不滅隊の士気は
Alright, final quest. Crimson Liberators. Let us begin.
すべての準備は完了した。これよりアラミごと市内へと突入を開始する。
So, yeah, this is like, yeah, everything's in place. We'll begin the operation, we'll begin the invasion of the city of Alamigo. Yeah, the color scheme naming for the expansions is cool, especially since it's a day cycle. It's a neat motif. Not to be confused with a leitmotif or a leitmotif. Did they think it was too corny for marketing or something? No, I think they just wanted to change stuff for the sake of changing it. Just like with everything else. I think if they probably just... Well, I mean, this is just a case of them not being actually cued in on the actual creative process of the game. is that whatever meetings or discussion that they had where they were talking about what the naming convention for expansions was going to be, with like the colors and everything, Koji Fox and the translators weren't roped in on it because they're not part of the creative team. So they just kind of went, oh, that's Crimson Liberators, we'll call it Stormblood instead, because they use a thing, they talk about Ralgar, and I got to name Ralgar, and they say a storm of blood, we'll call it Stormblood. Wow, it's so crazy. And look, you start there, the expansion takes place, and a lot of it is in Ralgar's reach. I'll make it about Ralgar, I'll make it about Ralgar, I'll make it about the 12. When in doubt, make it about the 12. Yeah, Alfino, would you fight along by our side as part of the strike force? I don't know why it's... Yeah, would you fight alongside us as part of the invasionary force?
もちろんです。
Of course.
我が輩も突入部隊に加わろう。不滅隊の指揮はピピン、お前に任せた。
I also will be joining the front lines. The immortals are in your hands, Pippin.
この旅はショーではなく、一人の武人として戦わせてもらいたいのだ。すべての因縁に決着をつけるためにな。
因縁の決着。Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I would like to fight this time, not as a leader, but as a soldier. The yeah, to like settle the score once and for all, or to like fulfill, you go with like fulfill my destiny, even. Yeah. Cool for us to go along too? Ooh. Oh wow, Dise. Dise, Alenwald.
名古屋解放軍のみんなに言われたんだ。オレオと一緒に行けって、そしてゼノスを撃ってこいってね。
So here's the question. Here's the question that I have. What was the point of making Dise the commander of the Liberation Army if she always abandons her post immediately? She becomes the commander and then she just fucks off every single time. She hasn't done a commander thing once. Nobody better was around? Minago was around. She's better. No, the thing is that Dise isn't a Mary Sue because she's not good at anything. For her to be a Mary Sue in the story, she would need to be, like, presented as someone who can do anything. Right? She would have to be super cool and super great and everybody loves her. But so far, she has done nothing. She has failed at every single task she's been given and has not gotten a chance to do anything cool. It's not a Mary Sue, it's more of just like a punching bag. Minago and everybody in the Liberation Army told me to go with the Warrior of Light and take down Xenos. Narrative black hole? Yes, that's better. Yeah, and, I'm an Alamecan first and foremost. Can't let, it's like, I can't let, like, foreign militaries do all the heavy lifting. Alright, let's go. Our objective for this operation is the capture or, defeat of Xenos, currently believed to be within the royal palace of Alamico. Cool. Quest accepted. So this one I might want to actually do. I'm gonna, let me see. Who am I going in with? That's actually kind of a tight, that's kind of tight. I kind of want to do that. That's kind of sick. If you're going in with Alfino and R involved, that's kind of tight. Yeah, I could very easily change the character name to not be as fucked. But I utterly refuse. I mean, this will take a while, but I mean, we got plenty of time. It's not like we're in a time crunch to finish the expansion before the end of the stream. And this is kind of tight. Yeah, I'll do Picto. Picto is funny. And it's also the best class in the game. For the other ones, while we were trying to just, like, get through Stormblood, I didn't want to spend the extra time on doing the dungeons with NPCs. Because it felt like, oh god, I'm just extending this this fucking expansion. See, the thing is, Xenomar, I like Pictomancer because of the long, extended, downtime, and the big, punchy hits. Right, like, that's the stuff that I like about it. Like, whacking people with the fucking hammer is hilarious. It's basically exactly what I want from a magic DPS, where it's, big, flashy hits, long-ass cast times, and it's really freeform. It's really freeform, which is also very nice. Also, I'm gonna go. It's got the command dash, it's got some utility. It kind of just does everything, which, from a game design perspective, isn't exactly the best. Oh, there isn't another pack that I can pull. Oh, no, yeah, there is. Ow. Let me just. It's definitely not a balanced class. It's not remotely close to balanced. In fact, it is disgustingly imbalanced. However, I don't care. Also, all of these guys are in a really awkward spot where I can't actually cleave them with the AoE, I don't think. The thing is that I'm a terrible person to ask about, like, what is or is not fun in terms of gameplay for character or for classes and stuff in this, because the things that most people like about this style of combat system are the things that I don't like. And the things that people don't like for classes to be are things that I do like. I expect you to like Monk. I kind of like Monk. Like, I would love if positionals actually mattered. That's actually kind of fun. Like, to an extent that is actually fun. But, like, I don't like, I don't like doing rotations. I don't like doing, you know, I don't like, oh, this, like, people told me that Gunbreaker would be the most fun tank. And then I play Gunbreaker and it's like, oh wow, you have to press a lot of buttons in a very specific order, otherwise everything goes wrong. And I just go, I don't want to do that. I want to press one button and have it feel satisfying. I don't give a shit about whether or not it's complicated. In fact, I would prefer if it wasn't complicated. It's why my favorite class is White Mage. It's like, what, you tell me that I can just press one button and do optimal DPS while focusing on mechanics and getting to visually enjoy the fights and listen to the music and stuff? Yeah, please, sign me up. I don't give a shit. Like, for me, the things that are fun in this style of MMO combat are really just, like, the group dynamics. No, yeah, optimizing your damage is more complicated than that, for sure. Like, it's about, you know, knowing... But that's the thing that I actually like, is looking at the fight and going, like, can I afford to do damage here, or do I have to heal? You know, how can I do this bit of my rotation or whatever in order to give myself the best chance to be doing damage when I need to be doing damage, etc., etc. That stuff I actually like. Yeah, like, whenever I've played healer in more difficult-ish content, that's been the thing that I've enjoyed. Is, you know, you have to look at the situation, and that's actually one of the things that I like about Picto when I'm not just literally mindlessly pressing buttons. Is, you know, while reading chat, is you have to, you know, you have to think about, like, oh, what's the best time for me to actually put down this painting downtime? And when you figure out, like, oh, I can weave in, like, I can't do damage here, so I'll paint here. Or, you know, I'll, like, ooh, here I can do, like, you know, swift cast paint. And give myself a shit ton of time to be doing other stuff. Or, you know, I'll use my hammer strikes to coincide with this movement thing that I need to be doing. Or, you know, like here, where I can do swift cast into that so I can get out of the way of this thing. And then I fucked it up. But that was interesting. And like there, I fucked up my painting. And also, you know, like you have to try and figure out, like, oh, you know, do I even need to paint here, or is the fight gonna be over before the painting is even done? You know, like here, I don't need this. I shouldn't have set up hammer, because hammer isn't going to come off cooldown before the fight's over. Yeah. If you swift cast paint, you are vibing for the next, like, 20 seconds. Also, I'd love to say that they're saying, like, interesting stuff in those little bits of dialogue that you get for actually doing the dungeon with the NPCs, but they aren't. Just say, like, oh wow, it looks like, you know, the other like, groups made it in. Right, like, there's, oh, other people made it in successfully. Yay. But at the same time, it feels better thematically to actually be going through this. And also gives me a little bit of time to wake up. Because I'm not really tired, but I feel weird, right? You ever have those days where you're, you know, like you're not tired, but you just feel kind of off. You feel odd. Yeah, I'll just tank that. Whatever. I didn't want to cancel the bait. Healer adjust. Right now it's like 50-ish? But no, not really. At least not around where I am. You know, there really isn't much in the way of cold, which I despise. I much prefer the cold. Well, like, I genuinely just fucking hate hot weather. If I could, I would prefer if it was always like, you know, 0 Celsius, or like, you know, 0 Fahrenheit. Not even 0 Celsius, not even just like freezing. I want it to be like cold, cold. Winter is just the superior season. Yeah, like -20, like -15C. Yeah, something like that. See, the thing is that I absolutely belong to that subsection of dudes who go around in winter with, like, t-shirts on. And it would very much freak people out, but I actively hate being overheated. Like, there's nothing worse to me than the feeling of being too hot. Whereas being cold is fine. Like, if you're cold, you can always warm up. You know, unless you are literally freezing to death. Oh yeah, this guy! Okay, we're beginning the experiment. God, this is such a cool bit. Okay. No, yeah, just completely block me, that's fine. Oh, god damn it, it untargeted me. I was trying to press buttons and I wasn't targeted on the guy. What? Why did it make me target R involved? Yeah, you can always put on more layers if you're cold. Exactly. Like, it's a very cliched bit, but my particular resistance slash inclination to the cold is stronger than that even. Where, okay, could my cast please go through? I mean, yeah, both of us grew up, like, you know, snowboarding and shit, so... Definitely far more winter-oriented. Yeah, I run so hot, it is, genuinely mystifying. It's not like, oh, you know, you can kind of, you know, you like, oh, he's wearing, like, a t-shirt in 50-degree weather, he's insane. It's, no, like, there's snow on the ground, and I've got a t-shirt, and I'm totally fine. And I actively do not want to wear any more layers. Like, I was sweating if it wasn't less than 30? Yeah, like... Put it this way, right now in my apartment, my, electricity is included. I set my... so it's... The place is already cold. It's already being chilled by the, like, the upstairs neighbor's AC vent. Already comes down here. And when I was being shown the place, the landlord was like, oh yeah, you know, just as a warning, this place, like, runs really cold. You know, like, it gets really chilly in there. He's like, yeah, there's an AC in the apartment, but nobody has ever used it for, like, the last 20 years. Nobody who has ever rented this apartment has ever had to turn on the AC. It has always been too cold for literally everyone. I'm just warning you, this place gets cold. I got in there, first day, turned on the AC. I went, it's not cold enough. I've exactly two things like that I'm like this about, which is spice and cold. Where there is no such thing as too spicy, and there is no such thing as too cold. Like, I have to actually try desperately. If I ever go out to, you know, like, get Indian food or something, I have to be like, no, you don't understand. Actually give me whatever your spiciest shit is. I know that you think that I'm just saying that. I'm not. Give me your spiciest food. Like, if I get this, and I can tell that you dumbed it down for me because you think that I can't handle it, I'm gonna be mad. Must love Thai food? Yeah. That's great. No, I completely and utterly broke my, my sense of spice after eating a whole Carolina Reaper in college. Like, after that, it's just like, oh, okay, nothing is spicy anymore. You know, it's like how, like, a dude who comes back from, like, the war in World War I isn't gonna, like, flip shit if they get a flat tire. It's just like, you know what, compared to drowning in the mud in Passchendaele, this ain't shit. Oh shit, it's Xenos. the fucking golf bag. It's the dumbest fucking design. Also, I like how he did that whole song and dance when we are not even present to see it. The juiciest man alive. Oh.
Miss.
Yeah, like, the thing is that there's a very narrow... I'm talking about, like, yeah, using, like, the word placard and things. There's a very small list of words that, like, especially American D&D players slash bad fantasy writers use, which is basically a circle. You know, that's like, that isn't even a Venn diagram, it's just a perfect circle. Ah, fuck. I screwed up. There's a very small list of vocabulary words that they like to use. Very much in the same way that there's, you know, like lol so random XD humor has a very narrow list of words. Right? You know, like it's always like OMG cheese to Penguin of Doom. Right? You know, like random words from the random era of internet humor, you know, the Invader Zim age, weren't actually random. It was a very, very predetermined list.
Miss.
I don't remember this mechanic. I'm just gonna put on Swift Cast. I'm just gonna put on, like, no knockback. Joarida, fuck. Isn't Alfredo supposed to be healing me at some point? You just trolled Vise, implying it wasn't on purpose. You know, like if I could make them think it was an accident, that would be wonderful. You heal DPS? No, but they should heal me. Does the Japanese source also curse? Yes. Well, the thing is, okay, that's an interesting question, because the concept of curse words are both very English and very American. Other languages often don't have, like, total no-no words. And the Japanese is one of them. There are very few words, for example, that would get, like, censored on TV. There's very few. And so, things that are supposed to be like kids shows and characters that are meant to be watched by children. On the flip side, you have languages where no words are good day. Well, yeah, you know, that's your Australian. Let's see, what do they have to say? Oh yeah, we can't let our guard down. It's still not over yet. Yo, yucker. Yeah, like Xenosume. Xenosume is like Xenos, you son of a bitch. Oh yeah, I am going to have to group up for Shinju. A lot of curse words seem to be linked to Christianity in the West. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them. You know, like... But also words like fuck and stuff like that. There really isn't, you know, the equivalent to quote-unquote the F word in Japanese is something that you could say in pretty much a kid's show. Like, you know, stuff like Demon Slayer or One Piece. Like, Luffy says Kso, which is shit. Like, it's pretty much a one-to-one shit. And One Piece is definitely, you know, not like an adults-only show, or even, you know, like PG-13. It's different. It's different, Xenomart. Like, the things that Japanese media is okay with showing is different. You know, like every culture is different in regards to what it views as appropriate versus inappropriate for children. And so that actually leads to some difficulty with translation, where you will have a Japanese script that has, like, very strong emotions that really can't be represented in English without using curse words, but you can't use curse words because it's supposed to be, like, PG-13 or PG. Yeah, you know, or, yeah, changing blood to sweat. Like, a lot of, you know, a lot of anime in the West got put onto, like, Adult Swim and stuff like that, despite that not being the age demographic. Yeah, well, ku is a different onomatopoeia for laughing. It's more of like a chuckle. It's like it's a chuckle. So, you know, most Japanese parents aren't going to be, like, upset with their kid watching, Demon Slayer. Like, Kimetsu no Yaiba is totally fine for, you know, like, middle schoolers and shit, but American parents would say, like, they've got, like, blood and stuff, and people are dying, I don't know about that one there. That seems like it would be a little too much for my little Billy. Oh no. Oh no. But then, like, American drug references, though, do not go over well in Japan. At all. Like, Japan does not fuck with drug references. That's, like, instant top of the list. For example, I was even watching, like, the Japanese translation for GTA 5 has every single different type of drug that is mentioned just be translated to yaku. Just be translated to drug. Yeah, and smoking. Like, Japanese media is totally fine with smoking. Smoking is far more normal in Japan. But, like, every single drug was just translated to drugs. So when Trevor says, like, hey, there's only one person who's going to be cooking meth in this valley, in the Japanese he says, hey, I'm the only one who's going to be selling drugs. They completely get rid of specific references to specific drugs, and some of that might be censorship, but most likely it's just they have no idea what the different types of drugs even are. And also, in Japan, American media is typically seen as being way more liberal with, like, sexual content on, like, on-screen sex scenes and shit than they would consider normal. So what he said here was invalid JSON string. So this is wonderful, you've made it.
最初に対峙した時には失望したものだが、戦いの旅を経てよくぞここまで鋭さを増してくれた。それでこそ狩りの獲物にふさわしい。
Yeah, I don't understand why the yeah, the MTL just like cannot fuck with Xenos lines, but that's fine. Yeah, the first time I met you, the first time we met, you were an utter disappointment. But yes, as you've, yeah, over the course of your tour of war, you've grown into quite the fine prey. Yeah, you've grown. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah. You're like your blade has sharpened wonderfully. Yeah, you've now earned the right to be hunted.
今の貴様の鋭さであれば、俺の喉笛も食いちぎれよう。そうだ。
喉笛。
俺はそういうものと命を削り合いたかった。
もう食いちぎれよ。What the fuck is this? This dude is fucking insane. No, that's windpipe. It's like, yeah, with... It's like with fangs as sharp as yours, you could rip my throat clean out. What the fuck is this? This dude is absolutely insane. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's like that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly who I wanted to you know, like fight to the death against.
我らの試合、この程度では終わらせぬぞ。貴様が牙を研いだように、俺も新たな力を得た。来い、最上の決戦と行こ
う。What the fuck? Yeah, this like our game won't end here. Yeah, our game won't end here. This isn't nearly enough. Yeah, just as you've sharpened your fangs, I've grown stronger as well. This is like, yeah, like, come. You know, like, it's not like quite let us end this, it's... You could even go with something like, you know, our battle will go down in history. something along those lines. He is a 最上の決戦と行こう. You probably want to hop back to Ether for the trial? Fuck, I forgot that I was, was world traveled. Ah, reinforcements. Okay. Yeah, we'll take care of it. We'll hold him off here. Go after Xenos. Are you joining the group? Yeah. I'll hop over. I remember this, I remember the Shinryu fight being fun. Why is Kimi in katakana? Emphasis. What? What? This dude is... What is wrong with this man? Also, I need to get Ogin so I can rip Kuchute. Yo, welcome to my hanging gardens. I'm sorry, what? He okay. That's just like, I don't know if that's just me, but that feels like such a weird thing for him to immediately say. Yeah, it seems as though the last king of All Amigo gathered plants and animals from her homeland. Yeah, from the homeland of his wife, who married into a foreign country. Yeah, not quite to my taste. Not quite to my liking.
この通り、俺にふさわしい獣を用意させてみた。いや、神と言うべきか。
Yeah, as you see, I've had a far more suitable beast prepared, or I should say, a god. What is this containment device and how does it work? I mean, I would assume that they researched shit that, you know, happened with like Omega. Probably. I don't know. It's a D20, it looks like. Yeah, as a hero of the hero of the barbarians, you have a connection with them, don't you? Yeah, a man entrapped in his desire for vengeance against the Empire brings forth a divine dragon, and the embodiment of destruction, as he's like in the very depths of his delusion. something.
こいつの中に渦巻いているのは純粋な破壊衝動だけ。神話すら持たずに。
純粋な破壊衝動だけ。I don't remember who summoned Chindia. Was it? Who was it? Oh, yeah. It was, what's his face? I remember now. That actually, Ilberd. It's actually, these kanji are not that bad. Jinsui no Hakai Shodo. That's actually not that complicated. Yeah. Swirling within this is like the embodiment of pure reflexive destruction. I think you go with like animalistic destructive rage. Yeah, a pathetic god. Yeah, summoned without... So Shinwa sura motazu ni. This is like a pathetic god with no no history. Created only to destroy.
思えばこれも貴様が俺と楽しむために仕込んだことか。貴様らが復讐機を追い立てて神を下ろさせ、対抗策として放ったオメガが神を俺の手元によこした。
Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. So, yeah. MTL is really bad at any sort of like long lines like this, but also it's bad when somebody is not making any sense. これも貴様が俺と楽しむために仕込んだことか。Like that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like, oh, this is like part of your plan to, you know, for us to have our fun together. 貴様らが Yeah, you This is like, okay, so this is a thing. So what he's saying, the reason why the MTL completely fucks this up is because he says Fukushu Oni. This is a thing that you can say, where Oni can be used at the end of a descriptor. You know, like Shigoto no Oni. You know, like the work is a term for like workaholic, but it's like literally, you know, like a work demon. And so he's referring to Ilberd when he says Fukushu Oni. Like saying a demon of revenge. But you wouldn't translate it like that. You would say like, you drove a madman hell-bent on revenge to his utter breaking point. He calls down, you know, he invokes an idol. You know, force him to invoke an idol. You release Omega to fight against that idol, and yeah, and delivered this god to me. So that's insane. He's saying like, you drove Ilberd to a corner, summoned Omega, and drove this god to me. Like, you know, delivered this god to my hands. The MTL was never going to get that right.
過ぎたおしゃべりだったか。 だが
麦とお
許せ。
しゃべりだったが。
こうも楽しいことなど経験がない。
Okay. Sugita o shaberi datta ga? Yeah, the VA is doing a great job. It's not sycophant. It's just like this is more just like, oh, I've been going. Yeah, I've been going on for far too long, haven't I? But you have to understand. Yeah, this is like, but you have to understand. I've never experienced anything quite this fun.
貴様が発するものであれば言葉の一つにも耳を傾けたいとさえ思う。そうだな。貴様ならこの神をどうする？
するものであれば言葉の一つにも。Yeah, this is like. Now then, if you have anything at all that you would wish to say, I would gladly lend you my ear. Now then, what would you do with this god? Yeah, like I would destroy it. I would seal it away. I'm just gonna not play into his bullshit. I'm just not gonna say anything. That's the one thing that he wouldn't want. Okay, no, he's just insane.
やはり俺とは似た者同士ということか。
Yeah, I see. You have nothing you would like to say to me. It's like, it's not, 話し相手にもなりたくないと。It's like, yeah, okay, so you don't wish to like confide in me. You know, I see. You must be entirely enraptured with the battle that is about to take place. We're of the same mind then, I see. No, he's not. No, we're not.
想定の域を出ない反応だ。だからこそ
想定の域を出ない反応だ。Wait, what? 想定の域を出ない反応だ。Yeah, it's like, yeah, but that's a reaction that was well beyond any of my expectations or of any of our hypotheses. Sky こなせていないのかもしれない。使いこなせていない。What the fuck is this dude saying? Yeah, it's like perhaps that's why you haven't, mastered your abilities yet. I think he's referring to you, of saying like, you haven't mastered Transcendence. Okay, yeah.
神に干渉されぬばかりか、神に干渉し従えることすらできただろう。倒すことしか知らぬと やはり蛮族よな。
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, if you were truly, yeah, if you were transcendent, truly transcendent. されぬばかりか。Yeah, not only would you be not only would this form of God be unable to affect you, you ought to be able to dominate it. 神に干渉し、従えることすらできただろう。に。Yeah, he's saying like you should be able to compel them to your service. Yeah, to only think of defeating them, you know, of destroying them, you truly are a barbarian. I'm interested in the I'm interested. You'll forgive me. I'm interested in the English on this one, because I don't know what they would have done for this line. This one seems pretty important. Oh, internet, load things more quickly. Oh, this is lame. This is lame. A pity. There is another alternative, or there would be, had you only mastered your abilities. That isn't what he said. I speak of the echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage, who thinks only of killing the beast before him. They don't... Your influence is greater. No, he says, 従えることすら. He says you should be able to conquer it. You should be able to subjugate it. To bring it under your rule. That's more important. He's not musing. He's telling you directly, you should be able to control this. Like, he's not doing an idle musing here. The line here is... Also, it's a cool usage of Japanese, where it's 神に干渉すれぬばかりか。神に干渉し、従えることすらできただろうに。従えることすらできただろうに。Like, you know, it's like you should be able to to bring... you could even go with, like, you should be able to bring them to heal. And I'm assuming this is going to be important, of saying, like, hey, you know, if somebody was transcendent and actually really went all in with the concept, they would be able to just mentally dominate something like Shinryu. Like, they could just walk up and go, you're mine now, you do this, follow my orders, 100%, just fucking mind control this thing. Right? Because in the Japanese, we've established that the criteria for summoning a idol, a banshin, is to have a very direct wish/desire that you want. You have to have something that you want, and then that entity is going to be beholden to that wish. Right? In the case of Shinryu, Ilbert just wanted absolute destruction. Absolute destruction. But what he's saying here is that somebody who is transcendent would be able to overwrite that order. Would be able to just say, nope, that's not what you're doing this now. I don't give a fuck who summoned you, you're doing this now. And they would have no choice but to accept. Got something stuck in my throat. Ah! Give me a second. And reducing that level of explicit power that they're ascribing to your character and to anybody with transcendence to like, is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Doesn't at all prime the player for the understanding of the idea of dominating a Banshin, a primal. Whereas Stagaeru completely does. Stagaeru means to, like, subjugate, subdue, conquer. Like, to make something subordinate. Which is pretty important. So this lines up, this makes perfect sense with the actual story that's been presented, if you were to have actually translated Banshin as idol correctly in the first place, instead of still keeping them as primal and icon and shit like that. And instead of translating it so that they have wills of their own, which they went out of their way in the setup for this to bring up Titan, the thing with Titan and Gabu, and to specifically say that Titan was summoned because Gabu wanted to be with his parents, who were dead. And that he had a vague understanding of that when you die, you go somewhere else, and people who are dead, you can meet them again when you die. And so he wants to be with his parents. And therefore, Titan is summoned to kill Gabu. That's the reason why Titan was summoned. They're very explicit with that in the Japanese. In the English, they just say that, like, Gabu cried out in grief and anger, and Titan answered. And make it seem as though these summoned entities have any form of will of their own, when they don't. It's very clear, it's very clear that they don't. That they just exist to fulfill the desire of whatever summoned them. And they abide by the expectations set forth by the summoner. They did the same thing with Lakshmi, where they said that it was, the myths and surrounding legends about Lakshmi from all of the different Ananta don't actually really matter, and the only thing that matters is what the person who summoned Lakshmi thinks Lakshmi should be. And so here, sorry, I've still got stuck. Idols are Mr. Basics? Honestly, yeah. Like, as much as that's a meme reference, kind of, yeah. They are semi-alive bundles of energy that exist explicitly to fulfill a request. And if they can't fulfill that request, they do whatever seems to be the closest. They default to a next best thing. That is a Rick and Morty reference. Mr. B6. I'm not gonna actually, you know what, I should explain. I'm gonna do that now. This is your fault. This is your fault, Patch. So, Mr. Meeseeks, the Meeseeks box in Rick and Morty is a little box that the super scientist Rick makes, where you press a little button and this little blue guy comes out. He's called Mr. Meeseeks, and you give him a task and he goes and fulfills that task, and once he fulfills the task, he dies. But if you give it an impossible task, it's going to keep fucking trying to do that task, and it has nothing else that it can do. And so that's the whole episode. Season 1 and 2 of Rick and Morty were okay. I'll stand by that. I think it got cringe. It got cringe real fast. Season 1 and 2 were funny. But idols, Banshin in this setting, basically function on the same principle of you summon them to do an explicit task They need to do one thing and one thing only, or just whatever it is that you are telling them to do. That is what they have been summoned to do. So, for example, the Sylphs, right? Ramu is a protector. He's a father figure. It's the reason why them being childish is actually important, and not saying like, this one wishes to speak with dancing one. It's why them using uwu speak, and going like, hello, Mr. Warrior of White, please, there's some very bad and naughty Sylphs out there, they're making very big trouble, we need help, please. It's why them talking like that and being children actually matters, because Ramu is summoned to be their parent. He talks like a father. That's the whole point. They want somebody to take care of them and be nice to them and like make them cookies and shit. They're not good at making difficult decisions. They're not good at protecting people or anything like that. They want a parental figure. And so that's Ramu. When he's summoned, he treats the Sylphs like his children. You know, or Titan being summoned to take back land from people who have stolen it from them. You know, etc., etc. Every time that one of these idols has been summoned, it has been for a very specific purpose. And they go out and they fulfill that purpose, and then they, you know, you got the whole tempering thing where they go haywire, and they, basically it's like they have a self-preservation method built in within them to brainwash people so that they continue to have a purpose. It's a, like, tempering is a self-preservation system where by taking over the followers' minds, they ensure that they always want them to keep doing that thing that they've been summoned to do. Because if all of a sudden the job has been complete and their followers say, well, okay, we don't need you for anything anymore, they have nothing to do. They would lose their fucking mind because they don't have any actual will for themselves. Right? Like, if you summoned Garuda to go destroy those guys over there, and then you go, okay, thanks, Garuda. Well, Garuda isn't a real person. She would just sit there and go, wait, but I did what I'm supposed to do. What do I do now? And it would have nothing. And so they're like brainwashed and dominated to continue to be able to like continue executing their motive, their MO for as long as physically possible. And yeah, this is very important for things like Zodiark and Hydaelyn. Clearly. Turning this line vague really fucks up a lot of the foreshadowing, because I'm assuming that this is going to come into play. That they're going to say that, you know, like, people who are transcendent can take control of one of these bundles of ether and change their programming and force them to go down a different path. And it's like, gee, I wonder then, why would Zodiark suddenly become stronger? Maybe that would have something to do with that. You know, why would Hydaelyn suddenly go off the fucking rails? I mean, like, I'm already very much on the camp of one of the two of Zodiark or Hydaelyn are an idol. Just immediately, like, 100% one of them at least. Especially with the thing that Tiamat said, where she was like, hey, you know, we brought back my brother, but he was, you know, like a fucked up idol demon thing. So I'm assuming they're gonna mirror that. And, like, you know, one of Zodiark or Hydaelyn died, and the other, like, tries to summon them back. You know, tries to bring them back, but then they're like this, you know, automaton version of themselves. It's a good setup for, like, a turbo tragedy thing. Of you can't actually bring back their real self. You're just gonna bring back, like, a puppet that moves in the way that you would expect them to. Yeah, it's what the dragons did with Bahamut. I'm assuming that that's going to be mirrored. That's just, like, classic foreshadowing. but like this, the shitagaeru is critically important here. Let's continue. That was like 30 minutes spent on one line.
俺は真っ先に神を屈服させ従えることを無双したぞ。だからこそ研究させ、そして超越者たる力を得たのだ。
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, when I learned of transcendence in Gaius's report. Yeah, I thought the first thing that sprung to mind was that it should be used to like bind force a god, an idol into submission, and like bend them to your own will. Yeah, that's why I began this research, or why I allowed this research, and it's why I became exalted. We're going with Choetsu mono tara chikara o eta no da. Like, he doesn't say that it's transcendence, he says it's something similar, and it's a completely different word. It uses the same kanji as koeru chikara, but it's Choetsu mono tara chikara. Notice that koeru is nowhere in there. So I wouldn't want to go with like transcendental, because that feels a little bit too cute. We ended up going with exalted. They kind of work together. It's a knockoff transcendence.
ガレマール帝国は万神討滅を国是とする。国府ソルテイが東州遠征時に万神により滅びた地を目撃したことで。
Oh, these fucking idiots. Yeah, the resonant, the echo, the fact that they're still using the echo is a joke, but the fact that, and then they went with resonant is, like, come on, bro, at this point, you have to get rid of the echo. You have to get rid of the echo at this point. It doesn't make any sense in the script anymore. Also, the English script said that it was his research. He said, like, that's hence my research, when that he specifically didn't say that. Like, that makes it seem like he's a researcher, which he isn't. Very clearly, he's not. Yeah, the Garlemald Empire made... You think they'll get rid of the Echo? Never. They're far too entrenched. But the Japanese script continues to reference transcendence, transcend. They say koeru all over the place. And at times, the English script is forced to use the word transcend. In fact, the entire cutscene where Xenos first lays out the concept of artificial transcendence, the English script uses the word transcend constantly. He's like, yeah, I offer you, you know, like transcendent power. Which, in the Japanese, very clearly is talking about koeru chikara. But in the English, they don't reference the echo there. Like, they don't say, like, oh, you know, I offer you power that echoes that of the Warrior of Light, or, you know, do, like, wordplay like that with it, because they can't. It doesn't work. So we've already had an instance where an entire cutscene, they've been throwing the word transcendence around in English all over the place. And they just translated it Like, they didn't put the echo in. Like, they already know that the echo doesn't work. Yeah, them keeping the echo as a term for the whole power is absolutely insane. Yeah, like, exactly, Owl. Like, that's the thing. This is why I would say that the people who are doing this translation are both not very smart and not good writers. Because it's so easy. It's so easy to work a line in and say, oh, that thing we called the echo was a manifestation of transcendence, the ability to see into the past. That's it. That's all you need to do. And now you can just call it transcendence. That's it. That's all you need to do. One line. It's very easy. And hell, they changed it in the Japanese. They changed the kanji. From 1.0 to 2.0, they changed the kanji. If you're paying attention at all, you should have noticed and gone, maybe we shouldn't leave this as the echo if they changed the kanji. Yeah, like, it's so easy to avoid all of these problems. Like, the pitfalls that they're falling into in the English are... It really is, like, shit that I did in middle school. Where... You know, like, I did, Like, I did, like, an online middle school game. And... So, what I would do is, instead of actually doing my schoolwork for the day, I would just watch episodes of South Park for, like, an entire year, is what I just, you know, kind of watch, like, the entirety of South Park for basically, like, a whole semester. That's just what I did. And at the end of the day, my parents would be like, okay, what did you do? What'd you do today? And then I would lie about it. I'd say, like, oh yeah, I did, like, you know, 3 units of this thing in history, and, you know, I did, like, this amount of math, and all that stuff, and they would go, okay. And then eventually, it built up to a point where it's like, oh fuck, I need to do, like, all of the work I was supposed to be doing for the last year in, like, 2 weeks, so that they don't find out. And then that's way harder. And then I need to keep saying, like, oh, yeah, no, don't worry, I've got it. Like, yeah, you know, this section of the class is, like, way harder than it was before, so that's why it's taking longer, and, you know, like, you have to keep going with more and more elaborate ways to cover your own ass, and it was far more difficult to try and hide all of that than it would have been to just do the fucking work on time. And it's the same thing here. The sheer amount of hoops that they need to jump through to keep the echo is like a child trying to cover up for a fuck-up instead of just fixing it. Where you want to wait for as long as possible before you have to admit that you fucked up. And by the time that you know, cover up, then it's way worse than if you had just been honest and said, no, sorry, Mom, I kind of was goofing off today and I didn't get as much done as I should have. I'll do more tomorrow. She wouldn't have been mad at all. Right? That's like okay, but, you know, you don't do that again. You don't do that again. You're supposed to be doing schoolwork, doing school time. I know, Mom. And so here, it's like, oh, don't do that again. I know what I told you about putting plot holes in the script. Bad, Koji, bad. No, don't do that. It's like, okay, but we fixed it. It's no big deal. But then now, they've got the Echo 3 expansions in, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, they've got primals, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. Back to the script. Yeah, the Garlemald Empire has made the destruction of idols it's a matter of national policy. The father of our nation, Emperor Sol, witnessed the utter destruction of the land at the hands of idols on his journey to the eastern provinces, recognized that idols were a existential threat to our planet itself, and began his campaign of justice against them.
俺に言わせればそんなもの恐怖の裏返しに過ぎん。万神を恐れ、滅びを恐れ、故に戦い続ける。なんと哀れな。
However, if you ask me, that's simply a manifestation of fear. Yeah, that's no more than a manifestation of fear. How pathetic to fear them, to fear idols. Yeah, to fear, like, the destruction they bring, and to fight them because of it. That's a fucking hard line.
戦いとはな、楽しむために行うべきなのだ。生きるため、食らうため、互いに牙を向き合うのが獣の差がなれど、狩りを閲楽に変え、戦を楽しむのは人だけに与えられた特権だ。
The fuck? Also, I would like to point out that, notice they used Hoshi there to refer to the planet again. And, the English says they are a blight upon this star. That's a very easy mistake to fix. They don't mean star when they say Hoshi, they mean planet. It's just a slightly fanciful way of saying planet. You would just say world. I made that mistake once. When I was just casually reading through, like, oh, you're a blight upon this star, huh? Oh, yeah. What does Hoshi mean? Hoshi, the kanji that they're using is star. It means star literally. However, it's being used to just mean planet when they use it. So them saying they are a blight upon this star, that's just a mistranslation. They're just wrong. This is again why I say they're just not very good at this. They're both not good at it, not very creative, and, like, bad writers. Their prose sucks, their world building sucks. And they just don't understand the Japanese script. Yeah, this is, like, yeah, war, conflict should be done for, yeah, for pleasure, for fun. 生きるため、食らうため、互い希望、向き合うの力、聖など、狩りを服に変え、もう楽しむのは人だけに与えられた。Okay, this is an insane thing to say. But it's also, this is actually, like, kind of sick. So, this is a sick ass fucking line that you would need to really capture the spirit of. So. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to think this through. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, that's easier. That's easier. This actually works just fine. I needed to grab 1 kanji anyway. Okay. Yanoga. Naredo. Okay, so the previous line was like, yeah, war, conflict should be done for you know, the pleasure of it. You know, to like bare your fangs for, you know, to live or to eat is the, you know, makes us, you know, like we're no more than beasts in that regard. But to derive pleasure from the act of either is a right exclusive to humanity. Right, like, you know, a wild animal, you know, bites, you know, fights and eats to continue to live, you know, using your teeth. But only humanity can turn those into fun. Things that are done, you know, just the act of living or the act of eating being something being done for sport. Also, the English line there says, man should fight for the joy of it, to live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Why would you throw in breed? Why would you throw in breed? Why would you do that? Huh? Can you explain that one? I don't think Xenos knows what sex is. I don't think he gives a shit. This dude is violent sexual. Now featuring the writer's barely concealed kink, right? It's really not even concealed, but it's like... Also, doing that completely misses the point of the line. He's specifically talking about the action of biting. Right? He's doing a comparison. He's, you know, referred to sharpening your fangs as becoming stronger, and is now saying, like, you know, wild beasts need to fight and hunt and eat to live, but only humanity can turn those into sport, into something enjoyable. Can turn the act of survival or the act of just getting whatever food you need to live into something that's just done for fun. Yeah, and here it's like, if... Yeah, like being born into this meaningless, turbulent, like, uncaring world with only one life to give. Like, why wouldn't we? Yeah, why wouldn't we enjoy war? You know, enjoy conflict? Well, what would you do? He's saying, like, yeah, so his whole motivation is, reality is bullshit. It makes sense. Like, that's going back to the first thing that he said that was, like, the first bit of real characterization. You know, like, the first bit of his characterization in the Japanese was calling the world small, like cramped. Xenos is basically, from this, it just seems like he's an existential villain. Like, he's just pure existential dread. The character. Right? He sees reality, and he sees, like, oh, what? So I'm born into a confined world, I've got my life ahead of me that I'm supposed to do, and then I die. And that's it. Nah, fuck that. That seems to be his whole motivation, is just, reality is bullshit, nothing matters whatsoever, let's go absolutely apeshit. No, it's... 俺と共に生きてみないか. He's being more fanciful. Yeah, like you must be able to understand me. You're the same as me after all. Yeah, it's like, yeah, with you, like, as you are now, I would consider it fine to simply, like, remain by your, have you remain by my side as a friend. And so he says, so then, like, will you live alongside me? The point here is that he's using the ore totomo ni ikite minai ka. He's saying, like, the purpose of life is to find some amount of enjoyment in the absolute nightmare that is reality. So, like, that's his idea of living, and so when he says, so then won't you live with me, he's inviting you to go with him and do crazy-ass hood rat shit. Yeah, it's more, it's battle hedonism. And to that extent, I'm down. Like, I want to see what I'm somewhat surprised that they let you do this. Yeah, let's be friends.
たやすく見破れる偽りはよせ。長き旅の証はあまりに重く、そうやすやすと捨て去れはしないはずだ。結局は戦いになるのだと、そう理解しているのだろう。
Yeah, don't, please, like, don't make such an obvious lie. Yeah, it's like the weight of your journey is overwhelming. It's not something that you could just simply throw away like that. Yeah, you must have known that this would always end in conflict.
今お前の頭の中を占めているのは最後の戦いがどのような楽しみをもたらすのかだけ。今も早く戦いたくて心が震えているのだろう。
Also, instead of saying, like, don't make such an obvious lie, the English says, are we to embrace and let bygones be bygones? Do our deeds weigh so little that you would cast all aside? Come, 'twas plain from the first how this would end. That's what? Why is he saying it like that? Why? He's already insane in the Japanese. You don't have to make it weird. And this is actually a fairly decent call out to the player, honestly. And could be a setup to a... They might go for a thing where they call out the player themselves instead of, like, the character, the Warrior of Light. Because this feels like a targeted line at the player. Because he's saying, after all you're thinking about right now is how much fun this final fight will be. You can't wait to begin, can you? Right, that feels like a player-driven call-out, where you're saying, like, you just want to see what the boss fight's gonna be like. Yeah, I bet you're pretty excited for that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you just can't wait. Like your heart is trembling with excitement, wondering when you'll get to fight.
まさしく同感だ。お前こそがやはり俺の唯一の友にふさわしい。アラミゴの
Less yapping, more fight. Exactly.
ただ共に楽しもうぞ。
And on that we're in agreement. Yeah, this is like, you truly are the only one in this world, like, deserving to be called my friend. Yeah, all this, I don't care about what will happen to Alamigo or who will rule it. All I want, yeah, is to enjoy our time together. Sick. This conversation made Xenos more interesting as a character, because the only real emotion that he showed was in the line describing, like, the world being fucked. And I mean, especially if he becomes transcendent, that he sees, you know, the truth of reality in any way, shape, or form, this dude's gonna fucking lose his mind. Kamiyo. Yeah, this is like, okay. Kamiyo mo yosetsuke no chikara. Yeah, like this power, like even even gods themselves cannot reach me. It's like, yeah, like what you've had since birth, I've obtained through struggle. I think here. Like, let me check that composition there. Yeah, I like Eastern dragon designs more than Western, if I'm gonna be real. This might be my... that might be like my, yeah. Chikarazuku de mono. That's such a fucking sick way of saying this. That's such a sick way of saying that. So, yeah, like, yeah, this is like power beyond the very gods. Like, what you've had since birth, I've achieved through brute force. That's a fucking baller line. Right? He's saying, like, you were born transcendent, and I fucking forced myself to be. Come at me, bitch. That's fucking sick. The English line for all of this is just, the powers of the gods are mine to command. Which isn't what he said at all. Like, he said this is beyond gods. Not the powers of the gods are mine to command. Kami o mo yosetsuke kono chikara. You were born in the hood. He intentionally moved here. Honestly, kind of. Honestly, kind of. Like, imagine you had The Wire, but there's just some kid from, like, you know, like, some kid from, like, a rural town in Texas who shows up. It's just like, alright, let's fucking go. No, yeah, I have no reason to be here whatsoever. I'm just here because I want to be. Haha. Oh, fuck. Terrifying. But yeah, they just completely got rid of the line, like, you know, what you've had since birth, I've obtained through sheer brute strength. You know, sheer brute force. Like, saying that you brute forced yourself beyond the limits of reality is such a fucking sick concept. Like, I actually, wait, I like this character now. I like this character now. Where he's saying, like, you know, reality is bullshit, confined, pointless, and so I'm forcing it to make sense. The idea, it's like, it's aggressive nihilism. Which is fucking sick. It's even more than, like, I reject your reality and substitute my own. It's just like, you know, I have brute forced my way myself into breaking out of this bullshit reality. Because the thing that made me actually like him is his statement of kono ararashiku mujihi na sekai ni umareta nara. Like, if you know, being born into this violent, merciless world with only one life to live, couldn't you attempt to enjoy the violence? The English line for that was, "For we who were born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn." Also, I like how they took the metaphor and they made it candle of life, instead of just saying, like, we have but one life to burn away. The metaphor already works. You don't need to say candle of life. That just makes the metaphor worse. That's just bad writing. If people can infer the metaphor already, you don't need to say candle of life. And they completely get rid of the line of saying, like, shouldn't we attempt to enjoy the violence? You know, shouldn't we attempt to enjoy the conflict? He says ikusa, like, enjoy war. You know, we've been thrown into a violent, merciless world. Right? War is a constant. You're going to be faced with war, destruction, chaos, subjugation, blah, blah, blah. So why not try and have some fucking fun with it?
超越者として神をも従えてみせる。
Okay. Once again, what he said there was, as you can imagine, invalid JSON string. So this is... Like, this is like, now then, as I stand exalted, I will bend this god to my will. Oh no, wait, so the last line there was, we tower above the gods, you by your gift, I by my might. That's, again, not nearly as powerful. The phrase, like, you know, brute forcing brute forcing yourself to transcendence is way cooler. And before the resonant, the gods shall be made to kneel. Nah. Oh, okay, he's done. I mean, like, dude got admin privileges over reality, and he just starts deleting shit. He does not give a fuck. Yeah. The final war begins. Oh yeah, Xeno's got admin privileges, and he just immediately goes into registry editor. Bro, you've got admin, why don't you just change shit? Turn off your antivirus. Fuck it. Yeah, hop back over to Ether. I am doing so. Oh, game is not liking that. I think it's actually about to crash. Oh, nope, no, we're good. Xenos pseudo/fight me, WOL. Yeah, exactly. Character. Fucking hell, that window is. So I'm assuming it's under world. Anonymous. Let's go back to Ether. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, yeah, so you have to... Oh, you have to right-click your... Okay. That is not how I thought that would work. That doesn't... Okay, I didn't think that was how that worked. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go back and select... Yeah. I forgot that people make characters on multiple data centers, like psychopaths, instead of just having one character. I don't know why, but people have alts. Home world に戻る. Huh? Okay. Yeah, it says it's gonna take a bit. Huh? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That crashed. That crashed. Whoopsie. But yeah, I think Xenos is more interesting as a direct refutation of pretty much all of the, like, you know, existential ass bullshit that the game's been throwing at you. Yeah, so... Like, yeah, so, I mean, I'm just supposed to click on, like, return to home server, right? I don't know if I can. Yeah. Yeah, it says that it's down or something. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, like, I can't. It won't let me. Yeah, it just crashes the game. Trying to go back to Ether just crashes the game. Like, going through... You live for these moments. Like, the line where it sounded like he was calling out the player was, you live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. That's not really what he said. He was really just saying, like, you want to hurry up already and get to the fight. Which feels much more like a real call-out. You know, of saying, like, yeah, you're just in this for the violence. You know, that's the reason you're doing this. This is all we are, Al Amigo and Toma and Carlamald be damned. They really, they kind of downplay. Somehow they're downplaying him. Yeah, I mean, if you visit... Oh. Yeah, there we go. Should work. Should be able to just queue. I would go on healer for faster queue times, but I don't want responsibility. I want to be able to look at the, like, mid-fight dialogue. Oh god, dude, this is hilarious, actually. Apparently, like, one of the mid-fight lines is, the heavens are too small a field for our dance. Let us transcend this mortal coil. Transcend. We may want to solo this. Can we? I mean, we probably can. MSQs take literally an hour. I mean, yeah, I could just swap onto Dancer and we could unsync it. As long as we can duo it, it'll be fine. It is a fun fight, though. Like, it is fun. I do like it. But yeah, the queue time I literally can't go back to Ether right now. Like, the game is just crashing. Let's get it. See, I'll be doing something because by being on Dancer, it gives you a damage bonus. Wonderful. A frog in a Santa costume. God, anytime there's a Lalafell in a cutscene, it's amazing. Anytime anybody's in one of the frog suits in a cutscene, it's amazing. I fucking love it. Alright, here you go. Dance. Oh, I forgot to put on Devilment. I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing, but... Oh yeah, it's the push. That's the other thing about Dancer, is that you could just kind of ignore mechanics. Yeah, clear it. What am I supposed to be doing? I can't remember. Kill ads, kill ads, kill ads, kill ads. My parse, my parse. I'm parsing, I'm parsing. I know what that word means. Ow. It is, God, I'm kind of upset that we couldn't actually do, like, a real queue, because this fight is fun. 3 seconds. Ah, shit, I didn't actually see the line. I'll need to go back and check those. Oh! I can't remember if this is a QTE or a mash. It's a mash! You can... I was clicking that, but you can press space, right? I'm not good at mashing. Oh, it's any button on the keyboard, so I did the hardest possible version of that. Thick. As you should. This is so sick, though. It's such a fun fight. It's such a shame we're actually just, like, totally skipping it. Oh, wait, yeah, we should probably just, like, stop deep so we can see more of the faces. Oh, shit, that did AoE. Oh no! I fucked it up. It is fight. It is hype. I forgot. I was kind of thinking that I wouldn't do, like, any fucking damage whatsoever. But no, I did way more damage than I thought I would. I was just pressing buttons. Yay! Thank you for the help patch. Patch is fucking dead. Sick. Could somebody grab the things that he said in the actual dial, in the actual fight? Because I didn't see them. I was meaning to see them, but could somebody grab the lines that he actually said? I wanna see them. Well, I'm actually interested in the one that I'm interested in is the second one they said where like the heavens are too small field for our dance, let us transcend this mortal coil. Like there's a couple of clear transcendence references that are probably fairly important. If not like important, at least potentially interesting. We could duo them again to get the lens? True. I mean, I could just go back through the VOD in a second to check. But yeah, are you okay? Cool. Xenos! Lisa, get the fuck out of here. Oh, dude, the sword is even the wrong way around. Yomoya. After all this, I'm the one being hunted.
だが楽しかった。最高の戦だったぞ。これほどすがすがしい気分は初めてだ。
But it was fun. How wonderful that was. It was the... I couldn't have asked for a better battle. I've never felt this... Yeah, I've never felt so refreshed. Yeah, refreshing. After all of those, after all of those, the death and destruction. Baka-baka-shi. I love when MPLs just completely shit the bed. Baka-baka-shi. Oh, but also Baka-baka-shi is like completely... Who the fuck says that? Who the fuck says that? Like Baka-baka-shi. Yeah, like how ludicrous, how utterly... Yeah, I'd maybe go with asinine. How asinine. Isenu wa ite wa ikenu sonzai. It's like, yeah, men cannot live without the sacrifice of others. 生きているだけ常に Nanika ni kiseo. Yeah, like, okay. Oh, this is an interesting. This is an interesting line. Like, simply by living, we must force others, or, you know, we must compel the sacrifice of others. That's what we are. So, again, he's going full existential, where he's saying, Nanika ni gisei o. Like, this is him going back to the concept of, like, eating, right? Where, in order to keep living, you need to destroy something, right? You need to kill animals to eat them. You need to harvest plants, you know, killing them in order to just survive. You know, you consume, like, you breathe in oxygen and expel carbon dioxide, right? That's what he's saying here. That simply the act of living is in of itself destructive. The English line is meaningless. Men die that others may live. No, that's not what he said. Those who survive are stronger for it. So they just didn't understand the existentialism that he's describing here. He's saying he's almost like disgusted by it. By the concept of reality, where you need to, like, you 常に何かに犠牲を強いる存在なのだ. Like, humanity humans can only live through the destruction of, you know, like, other beings. Yeah, we all consume entropy. Like, this reads like a dude who is just checked out of the concept of reality. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but that's fine. Yeah, for our... You know, for us to be able to perform... You know, we were able to perform a battle this wonderful. And the only reason we... like, that is only because we wagered our one and only lives upon its outcome. You know, that alone makes this moment sublime. Again, like, he's going with the only reason that this mattered is because if it goes wrong, one of us dies. And then that's it.
ここだ。今この時だ。俺の心臓は長くこの時のために行動してきたのだ。先など決してあるべきものか。
先など決してあるべきもの。Sakinalo is I need to pull that up real quick. Sakinalo. Wait, what? This is a weird one. 先など決して言うべきものか。Like, That's a weird line. That's a weird line. Okay. Give me a second, but this is a weird line. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this is it. This moment. Like, my heart has been, you know, beating, moving for just this moment. 決してあるべきもの。ん？先など数。That's such a weird line. I think I just have to go forward to see exactly what he means by that. Like, is he going to... Oh, yeah. Okay. Like, yeah, he's going to kill himself. Yeah, but I won't let you. I won't let you run away. Okay, that's also important. So, okay, seeing that, I'm assuming then that that last line is like, you know, this is the moment that my heart has been beating for. Is there any need for this to go on any longer? Which is like, yeah, that's a brutal line, honestly. Like, is there any need for this to go on any longer? Like, I've played my part, this is it. I have nothing left that I care about in this world. That's it. I'm done. See ya. And then Alfino cries out, you know, like he's going to kill himself, and Lise actually says, like, I won't let you run away like that. Like, you can't just take the easy way out. Yeah, you know, farewell, my first and only friend. Yeah, where's Xenos? So there's one thing that I gotta do, though, which is this, this whole section shows that they do not understand human emotions. So this was that segment there. Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not what he said. He was talking about the state of humanity being like, you need to consume to live. So the idea of saying that, you know, like, people were, like, the sacrifices of others are inherently meaningful. Like, who gives a shit? What, do you think about the, like, do you think about the you know, the lives that were cut short to make your fucking chicken parmesan? I bet you fucking don't. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Not that you could have ever understand, not that you could ever understand, to have stood upon this great stage of fools, to have played my part to perfection. What are you talking about? Great stage of fools? Like he said, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. This was perfect. And like nothing could have possibly been better than this. Oh, this moment, let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time, so clear, so vivid, so real, so real. What the fuck is that? Wait, where did they even get this from? This is just they didn't understand the line. Which, I mean, to be fair, it took me a bit to figure it out, but it's fairly clear once you do. He was just saying, like, no, this is why I was alive. Like, my heart, you know, this is why my heart kept beating, for this singular moment. And now that it's over, you know, parentheses, he doesn't say, now that it's over, and he says, so then, is there any need to keep going on? Like, you know, you could go with... I wouldn't go with any sort of, like, you know, long-winded metaphor or anything, but he said specifically, I'm done. This is it. There's no need for me to keep living. I don't care. This is the only thing that I wanted to do in my life. Nothing is ever going to be better than this. I don't need to see the rest. And then instead of Alphino shouting, coward, he says he's going to kill himself. And Lise doesn't say, stop. She says, I'm not going to let you run away like that. Like, you can't get away from this. Right? Lise is the one who calls him out and says, like, you know, he's trying to take the easy way out. Yeah, he's dead. He was defeated by... He lost his fight against the Warrior of Light and took his own life. Also, instead of the line from the final line from Xenos was, farewell, my first friend, my enemy. Why? He said, farewell, my first and only friend. He technically said first and last, but the Japanese expression there is first and only. That's far more, like, that's a more meaningful line there. Of him saying, like, in the entirety of reality, you're the only person he has ever or will ever consider his friend.
Yeah, 逃げられたのかな。私には最後までただの獣にしか見えなかったよ。ただ戦いを楽しむだけの哀れな男。
So, this is, wow, they just, like, completely rewrote this whole segment in the English. But, so what she says is, no, he ran away. Yeah. You know, until the very end. You know, until the end, he's like, you know, seemed like nothing more than an animal to me. Like a pathetic man who could only enjoy, Like, who could only find joy in conflict. This entire section, Alfino says he's dead by his own hand, gets rid of the line about him losing. Raubon says, then justice has been done. No, he said, so it's over. And then Dise says, no, there's no justice in that rabid animal's end. Huh? They just, okay. I mean, she doesn't deserve lines, but at the same time, you can't just go like, I don't feel like translating anymore. You know what? I don't feel like translating anymore. It's like 3 p.m. on a Friday.
どれほど多くの人が自由か死かを選ばされてきたか。やりきれない気持ちになるよ。
Yeah. How many people were forced to... Like, how many people were forced to choose between liberty and death for the sake of this man's, you know, insane... insane ideology. Yarikirenai kimochi ni naru yo. Yeah, like, this is... Yarikirenai kimochi ni naru yo. It's like, you know, it's... Yeah, it's like, it's intolerable. Like, this is a very strong note from Alfino, where he's saying, like, it's just utterly, like, this is something that'll just break you. To have everything that you did just be for... just because one guy can't handle the concept of reality.
Daga それでも我らは勝ったのだ。今は死んだ敵将のことよりも生きている者たちのことを考えよう。
But regardless, we won. Instead of worrying about what the thoughts or words of a dead man, we should focus on the living.
リセよ、胸を張れ。祖国を取り戻すため命かけて戦った者のために勝利を祝え。死んでいった者たちにも聞こえるように、天まで届くほどに。
Yeah, like Lisa, stand proud. Now is the time for you to go out and declare, you know, victory to all those who risk their lives to free their homeland. Loud enough that those who have died, yeah, loud enough so that, yeah, 者たちも聞ける. Okay, the last line here is cool, but it's also awkward to word. It's like loud enough so that loud enough so that those in the heavens above can hear you. Or loud enough to reach the dead waiting in the heavens above, maybe. You know, he's saying, like, you know, proclaim victory for those who are victorious now, and also for those who died in the battle.
そっか。そうだよね。
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
ありがとう。あなたがいなかったらゼノスは倒せなかったし、この勝利はなかった。
Yeah, thank you. Without you, we would have never been able to defeat Xenos. Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to win.
だから一緒に祝おう。アラミゴの解放を。
一緒にやろう。Yeah, so then, yeah, let's celebrate the liberation of Alamigo. Cringe incoming? Is there cringe incoming? Also, I thought... I mean, I'm assuming Xenos isn't actually dead. Xenos is very dead? Wait, he actually is? I thought you guys said that he showed up in the post-game. Or is that like, is it like in flashbacks? Oh hey, it's Minago. I can't tell what I can't tell what amount of it is gaslighting. Which, I mean, that's technically for the better, because it means that I can't get spoiled. I will say that it seems like Xenos is more interesting at the end. Oh. This would be better if the song was better. So the thing here is that a choir would be good if they were good. This isn't a very good choir, I'm gonna be real. And I get that they're being like, oh, it's supposed to be like a group of people all singing in unison. Yeah, it's like the national anthem of Alamigo. But it's not a great anthem, I'm gonna be real.
こうしてグレンの炎に染め上げられた戦いは終わり。
Yeah, so then the
祖国アラミゴは
the
解放された。
war drenched in crimson flames ended and Alamigo was free. Yeah, but what is freedom? What is freedom actually? That's the last time we ever see Lisa? Wonderful. Yeah, like that's the thing, is that it's Stormblood is massively hit or miss. Like, some of the parts are excellent, and then it's just absolute garbage. Yeah, I've learned that, even those born in the same land and wishing for the same freedom can become enemies. The time of our birth, our blood, the environment in which we're raised. I'm sure that when Xenos cried when he was born. Even after becoming
20年の帝国支配によって
A monster craving just violence. Yeah, 2 decades of imperial rule. Yeah, I have left Alamigo damaged.
すぐには埋められるはずもない溝だけど、私は諦めないよ。
The gulf between our the generation cannot be easily healed, but yeah, Papalimo, I won't, but yeah, but I won't give up Papalimo. She was talking about Xenos, where, you know, like, Xenos wasn't born like some sort of total monster, right? Like, they use the phrase, like, you know, he cried when he was born. Like, you know, it's the same thing. Yeah, we've come to learn the cost of freedom. Or I've come to learn the cost of freedom. Yeah, the price, sacrifices, the weight of the sacrifices that need to be made, more than anyone could ever, like, be made to pay. Yeah, so if we wish to build a nation that the dead can be proud of, yeah, well, I'm willing to go through any steps necessary to make that happen. Some sort of thing like that. Yeah, the end is a new beginning. Yeah. This is the end of the Imperial Province of Alamigo and the beginning of free Alamigo. MTL is becoming self-aware. Yeah. It's fine to hit skip here, right? It's fine to hit skip here? We're good? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm skipping. Oh shit, Estinian!
やれやれ、手間をかけさせやがって。
Yeah, you really had to make it hard, didn't you? Oh, mess of trouble. Nobody else saw the eyes.
万神の核に使われたことで、エーテルの残滓すら失われたか。道理で全く感じ取れないわけだ。
Yeah, I suppose being used as the core of that idol drained you of like even the last scraps of ether you had. No wonder I couldn't feel you at all. However, yeah, I can't simply leave you like this. Oh shit, we actually got rid of Nidhogg. Unless Nidhogg could be like reborn from the fucking spear. I swear to God, if they do that, I'm gonna be mad. Yeah. So, this is a cool line. This is a cool line. But I'm trying to think of a way to make this work in English. 本当にさよならだ. I guess you could say, like, this is our final goodbye, Nidhogg. Something like that. You know, he's saying like this is actually the last time we'll be seeing you. Oh shit. Varys. Yeah. Xenos has fallen. Or you could just say Xenos
皇
has
帝陛
died.
下も息子の死には感傷的になるといったところか、ゼノスは散ったか。
そうになるというところ。Yeah, so I see. Even the Emperor can feel sentimental about the loss of his son.
Fun, くだらん。
Yeah, foolish.
ほう、非常な方だ。世界を制覇せんとする強国の皇帝ともなれば、実の息子を煮えとし実験台に乗せることすら造作もないと。
Okay, they fucked this up. So in the English, Elvis says like, "My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive his son." Whereas in the Japanese, Elvis was saying like, "Oh, so like even a parentheses, even a monster like you could actually feel sentimental about your son's death." He was being more like it's cutting, but he's not actually like saying, "Oh, my condolences." It's far more of a call out. Elvis here is far more like sympathetic in the Japanese, where he's coming across more as like at least ambiguous. And yeah, he's saying like, "Oh, you truly are ruthless." Or yeah, you truly are, cruel, cold, like calloused. Oh, 皇帝ともなれば。どうする？いないと。Ah, that's a really long run-on sentence. Give me a second here. Yeah, so then. Yeah, is it, you would truly say that, as a, like the emperor of a mighty nation, hell-bent on, on conquering the world, sacrificing your true, like, your son, and, a valuable test subject beyond that, is no big deal to you, then... like, he's saying, like, what? You actually just don't give a shit?
どのみち、奴は皇帝の器ではなかった。あれは己の快楽を求めすぎる。
Yeah. Yeah, whatever the case, he wasn't meant to become an emperor. He was obsessed with his own, with seeking his own pleasure.
我が望みは、星を蝕む存在を廃し、世に安寧をもたらすこと。そのためには、蛮族どもに還元を囁きかけ、番神を呼ばせる村アシエンも、排除対象に過ぎん。
排除対象に過ぎん。Okay. This is important. Yeah, he's saying like, yeah, my one desire is, to eliminate those that threaten this, like, the very existence of this world. And to bring about yeah, and to bring about true peace. For that purpose, yeah, you, like, you Asians who, yeah, fill, yeah, the barbarians' heads with, yeah, like, pleasant lies to induce them into summoning forth yet more idols are simply another threat to be eliminated. Saying that to an Asian's face is pretty fucking sick. He's saying, yeah, I know that you motherfuckers are making them summon more idols. That makes you a threat. Yorio doyunara. Yeah, okay. So it's, if you wish to raise, yeah, raise arms against my...
止めはせんさ。私の望みは救済であり、この星に真の姿を取り戻させることだけ。その点で目的は一致していると思うのだが。
Yeah, okay. So this is again a very important line. If you wish to yeah, raise up arms against the yeah, the black-robed ones, I won't stop you. My desire is for the salvation of this world, that it return to the state, to its original state, the way it ought to be. That is all. On that front, you can consider my cause and yours to be aligned. Notice that he says, この星に真の姿を取り戻させることだけ. That, you know, the world be returned to its true state. Be returned. The English is, should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same. Preservation, restoration. Why do you keep getting rid of the line, 真の姿を取り戻させることだけ? Yeah, he says Kyusai. He says to save the world, the salvation of the world. Kyusai can mean rescue, salvation, help. But yeah, he says, what I desire is salvation. That this world be returned to its true form. That is all. They get rid of that entire line and have him say just preservation, restoration, and not describe of what or to what end in the English. They just completely get rid of the whole turn this world back to the way that it ought to be. Which is really fucking important. In the Japanese, they've said this over and over. You already know what the deal is. They've said it over and over again that we are returning the world to the state in which it ought to be. The English just hasn't done that yet. Okay.
世界の統合によるゾディアークの完全覚醒、そしてハイデリンと再び一つにか、果たして真の姿を取り戻した世界に人の住まう場所があるのか?
Wait, yo, that seems pretty fucking important. Yeah, so, yeah, you mean the... Yeah, kanzen-seikatsu. Yeah, the true revival of Zodiark. Yeah, you referred to the true revival of Zodiark through the integration of worlds. And once again, yeah, reunifying with Heidelin. So it seems like they're saying that the desire is for Zodiark and Heidelin to rejoin. And that seems to be saying that they were split apart, and that they were originally a single entity, and that they have now been split apart. Heidelin to futatabi hitotsu ni. Or they're talking about the world itself, Heidelin, that the world itself returns to one. But considering everything that's being said, considering that that's built off of like the resurrection of Zodiark, and then once again reunifying with Heidelin, that seems like it's probably the other. Hataste Shin no sugata to torimodoshita sekai ni hito no tsumau basho ga aru no ka? Is Heidelin the name of the planet here? Unclear. But I'm taking notice. Yeah. But yeah, once this world has been made whole, once it's been returned to the way it ought to be, is there a place for humanity in that world? Of course. He pauses for a bit.
もちろんだ。こちらとてすぐに信頼してもらえるとも思ってもいない。なれば。
Yeah, that's of course. It's only understandable that you would distrust me. Yeah, even if were I in your position, I wouldn't believe me either. So then, oh fuck.
貴様、その顔は。
You that face. Oh shit. That... In the English, instead of saying that face, he says, how dare you? Which, again, they seem to think that being vague is better writing. When really, it just kind of, okay, when I was in Japanese 101, when people didn't know how to pronounce something properly, or they forgot a word, they would sometimes just kind of slur stuff. Right? And hope that the instructor didn't notice. What do you think happened there? I think that that's like a question of most likely Eldibus's body that he's currently using is somebody that the Emperor knows. Or, like, Eldibus... I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Eldibus, but removing the line of そしてハイダリンと再び一つに。ハイダリンと it's ハイダリンと再び一つに。It's not if it was making Heidelin whole herself, it would be Heidelin を再び一つに。Heidelin to means that there is somebody else, there is another entity that is unifying with Heidelin. Meaning, most likely, they're referring to Zodiark. You know, like, to have them come back together. Which is sort of what I thought was going to be the bit where they're saying, like, Heidelin and Zodiark don't want to be apart, or at least Zodiark doesn't want to be apart from Heidelin. Meaning, if I had to make a guess right now based on where the story is going, I would say I didn't quite know which one among them was going to be the fake entity, but I would guess the real Heidelin is dead. The real Heidelin is dead and is currently an idol of some kind. Zodiark is trying to be resurrected to be with his, you know, his dead other half, slash lover, whatever. But, you know, that's setting up for a tragedy. But notice, they completely get rid of that line in the English, though. They entirely get rid of that line in the English. None of this foreshadowing is even present. You wouldn't be able to speculate at all. You would have absolutely no idea what the fuck is going on. So, compression, resurrection, all in service to your one true God. And when the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? So where's the whole thing of Heidelin to Futatabi hitotsu ni? Like, where's the thing of, like, saying once again, you know, to once again become one with Heidelin? Where is that line? Where's that line? Did you just get rid of that line? Doubt my claims, question my motives, if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring. No, what he said was, no, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that you wouldn't trust me. If I were in your position, I wouldn't trust me. So then, here. And then he takes off the mask, and then Goddess says, like, that face, you know, he knows what his face looks like. Sono kao wa. Like, you know, so presumably, that's somebody that he knows. Like, Elvis is using the body or the face of somebody that he knows, or he is somebody that he knew, or something along those lines. What am I planning to do first now that Stormblood's base story is done? I'll have to think about it. Matt said Omega would probably be the way to go. And I tend to agree. Probably Omega? Yeah, but, you know, finally, we've, taken back Alamico. I don't even know what I could possibly say to describe how I'm feeling right now.
でも、これでようやく、父さんや、イダ姉さん、それからパパリモやコンラッド、メフフリット、ここにはいない、ミンフィリアにも、いい報告ができそう。
Yeah, but you know, I feel like I can, you know, I feel like I could give the, you know, come back to you know, give the good news to my father, Ida, Apollimo, Conrad, Mifrid, you know, and Nymphilia too.
あなたにも
tell
い
them
っぱいお
the
礼を
good
言いたいん
news.
だけど、今はあなたを独り占めにしてちゃダメだよね。ほら、みんなが待ってるよ。
Yeah, you know, I'd love to sit here and sing your praises. I have so much to thank you for too, but yeah, I shouldn't hog you all to myself. Everybody else is waiting for you.
ゼノスを倒した英雄なんだから胸を張ってみんなから祝福を受けてきて。
Yeah, you're a hero you're the hero who took down Xenos after all. So, you know, stand tall and you know, go, like, literally she says, like, yeah, go get your blessings from everyone else. But you know, like, it's pretty much just using Shukufuku there is kind of weird in general, but you know, everybody go get everybody go say thank you. Oh, yeah, thanks. You was reunited with Master Hien.
あまりにも長く帝国の支配に苦しんできた。それゆえの喜びであろうな。
Yeah, the people of Doma and people of Almigo suffered under imperial rule for far too long. That's where this joy comes from. Yeah, this was a difficult battle, but we were able to liberate Alamigo. Yeah, let me thank you as a member of the Alliance. Look at this. Yay. Amazing. Look at that one. Look at that cat go.
いやはや、久方ぶりに本気で暴れたら、息が上がってしまってな。年は取りたくないものだ、まったく。
Yeah, it's been so long since I've been in a real fight. I'm all out of breath. Really sucks getting old.
これがエオルゼアの底力。この勝利は全ての属州にとっての希望だ。
Okay, yeah, this is like this is the real strength of Eorzea. Yay.
あのゼノスを倒すとはさすがだな。どうやら貴殿はまた一段と鋭さを増したらしい。
Yeah. Yeah, you even you really did it. You took down Xenos. You know, you've gotten your it seems that somehow your blade is sharper than ever. Sort of thing. What? Yeah, Yuri, are you? You sure you're not mad about them stealing your target, your prey?
ご冗談を？悔しいですが、私の腕では差し違えてでも打ち取れぬでしょう。純粋にオレオの部を称えているのです。
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you jest, as much as I wouldn't like to admit it, no matter how hard even attempting to stab him in the back, I was unable to take him down. Simply, giving the Warrior of Light the credit they deserve for their prowess.
わしにとっても奴は父の仇であった。誠、よくぞ打ち果たしてくれた。
Yeah, it truly is worthy of praise. Yeah, he was, the enemy of my father, so I'm glad to see him taken
そして
down.
白老たち人狼族を救ってくれたことにも感謝せねばならん。アルフィノにも後で礼を言っておくと
Yeah,
しよ
you
う。
avenged my father's death. And you even saved the werewolves under Hokuro. You have my thanks for that. Yeah, give my
ま
thanks
さ
to
か
Alfino
平
as
場に
well.
あの地でヒエン様と再会できるとはどうやらお主には人を結ぶ栄の力があるらしい。
Yeah, I never thought that I would be able
誇り
to
高き武人の
see Master Hien in Giravania. It appears that my lord is quite adept at connecting people. You have my thanks, proud warrior.
全く驚くべきことだな。貴殿と共に戦いたこと、我が誇りとしよう。
That's truly
その
amazing.
未来に幸あらんことを。
I'm proud to have had the opportunity to fight by your side. And may your future be blessed. I wish you good luck. God damn, there's a lot of characters to talk to.
これでアッシリア、ミンフィリアの故郷も取り戻せたんだ。俺の至らなさで救えなかった彼女の
Just skip these lines, but I would feel bad. I mean, I at least need to see what Orientra has
ア
to
リ
say.
ゼ様やクルル、 ヤシトラたちにはリンクパール通信で速報を伝えました。皆一様に喜んでおりましたよ。
I sent news to Aze, Kururu, Yashua, the others via link roll. Everyone was overjoyed. That's an important line.
へへ、やったぜ。アラガー。
Yup, does it.
やった、やった。
Yeah, we did it. We did it. We finally did it.
はあ、はあ、はあ、すみません。
I'm sorry. I'm
つい
just
興奮して
Okay, that was great
でも
though.
私、とてつもなく嬉しいん
I'm
です。
just so excited. You know,
パパリ
I'm
モ
so
さんや
I'm
メ
so
ッ
happy.
とコンラッド隊長、ここに至るまでに本当に数多くの仲間が散っていきました。だからこそ私はめいっぱい喜ぶんです。
Yeah, you know, we Papolimo, Nefrid, Conrad. We've lost so many people we care about to get here. That's why, that's why I have to be, why I
死んでいった
have
仲
to
間
be
たちの
happy.
分まで私は喜んで、やっぱダメです。涙が止まりません。
You have to be happy for the rest of them. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm happy,
嬉し
but
い
I
け
can't
ど
stop crying.
嬉しいけど、すみません。涙
Yeah, I'm happy, but I just can't stop crying.
君の勝利を信じていたが、それでも屋上庭園で無事な姿を見たときは安心したよ。
Yeah, I knew you would win, but I still have to say I was relieved when I saw you were unharmed in the garden.
そう呼ばれることに抵抗があるかもしれないが、やはり君は私にとってかけがえのない英雄だ。憧れの存在であり、目標となる
Yeah,
人物なんだ。
you might not like hearing this all the time, but to me you really are a one of a kind, irreplaceable hero. Someone to look up to. Someone I want to be like.
単純な強さではなく、人と人とを結びつけて強大な困難を打ち砕いてゆく、その不思議な際に敬意を抱くよ。
That you aren't just strong, you bring people together and stand up against anything that gets thrown in front of you. That's the if there's any mysterious power of yours that I respect, it's that.
確かにオレオの周りには自然と人が集まり、大きなうねりが作り出されていく。この勝利もその結果と言えるかもしれないな。
Yeah, people naturally swarm around you and follow you. This the victory here is proof of that.
だからこそ私はこの勝利を大切にしたいと思うんだ。パパリモをはじめ多くの犠牲があったことも忘れてはならない。この勝利の重さを胸に刻み込んでおこ
う。Yeah, that's why I want to really really savor this victory. And it's why we can't forget everyone we've lost along the way, including Papolimo. We should keep in mind the cost. We should keep in mind the true cost of this victory. All we know is being more mature.
我らが英雄、いや、我らが解放者よ。
It's you, our hero. No, our liberator.
ゼノスを撃ったことで、第12軍団の残余も抵抗を止めた。ここに20年の長きにわたった帝国によるアラミゴ支配は終わりを告げたのだ。
yeah, with the death of Xenos, the remnants of the 12th Legion have surrendered. You know, this ends the 20-year occupation of Alamigo by the Empire.
もちろんこの戦いが全ての終わりではない。王政に戻すわけにはいかない以上、暫定政権を発足させ、一から新たな国づくりを始めなければならないからな。
Yeah, of course, you know, if this isn't the, our victory here isn't the end. We need to establish a provincial, or, yeah, like a transitional temporary government and begin the work of building a country from the ground up.
確かにこれは始まりに過ぎないでしょうね、岐阜城。それも限りなく険しい道のりへの第一歩だと感じます。
Yeah. Yeah, this is the beginning, Father. You know, the first step on a long and difficult road.
ああ、だがこの苦難の20年を耐え抜いた人々ならば、良き国づくりを成し遂げることができると我が輩は信じている。その機会を作ってくれたことに感謝するぞ。
Yeah, but I believe that the people here who have survived 20 years of oppression will be able to build a fine nation. And you have my thanks for giving us the chance. I don't know, I feel like in this game specifically, the Warrior of Light being an actual important character works within the narrative.
みんなへの挨拶は終わった？だったらさ、ちょっ
I've
と
finished
付き合ってくれない？
speaking with everybody. You know, come,
仲間たちと一緒にラ
talk
ー
to
ル
me
ガ
for a
ー
little
ズリー
bit.
チに行きたいんだ。
I
この
want to
長い
go.
戦
Okay.
いが始まった場所で伝えたいことがあるから。
I'd like to go back to Ralgar's Reach. You know, with all of our friends. You know, I have something to say at the place where this all began. Oh, thank fuck, it actually just teleported me here. I didn't need to, like, fly over.
俺をあなたがいなかったら今日この日は迎えられなかったと思う。ここまで一緒に歩んでくれてありがとう。
Yeah. Yeah, without you, I don't think I would have ever made it this far. Yeah, thank you for being by my side all this time.
I ろいろあったけど、本当にありがとね。何度お礼を言っても足りないくらいだけどさ。
Yeah, thank you so much for everything you've done, and yeah, but no matter how many times I say it, it doesn't feel like
そうだ。
enough.
暁のみんなと一緒に聞いてもらいたいことがあるんだ。だからちょっと待ってて。
Yeah, but there's something I wanted you and everyone else in the Dawn to... Yeah, there's something I wanted to say to you and everybody else in the Dawn. Can you wait here for a second, please?
みんな集まってくれてありがとう。
Everybody, thank you
あ
for
りが
being
とう
here.
なんて言葉だけじゃ言い尽くせないくらい心の底から感謝してるんだ。
Yeah, you know, just thank you would never possibly be enough. You know, I'm grateful to all of you from the bottom of my heart.
でもみんなが感謝されたいからって必死に戦ってくれたわけじゃないことも知ってる。だからアラミゴをしっかり支えることで答えさせてほしいんだ。
Yeah, you know, but I'm sure that the reason that you all fought and risked your lives wasn't just to you know, be thanked. Yeah, so you know, I wanted to do something that like you know, it's like yeah, there's something I wanted to do to you know, like give you what you deserve for supporting Alamigo all
コ
this
ンラッド
time.
の後を継いで解放軍の先頭に立った以上、こんな私にもこれからのアラミゴに責任があるしね。
Yeah, since I've succeeded, since I've taken up the you know, Conrad's position in the Liberation Army, I have a responsibility to the future of Alamigo.
でもそう思った時に気づいちゃったんだ。私はもう中立じゃいられないんだって。
Yeah, but when I realized that, I realized I can't stay neutral. I can't stay impartial.
だからけじめをつけるべきだって考えたんだ。アラミゴのために働く以上、中立の暁にはいられない。わがままだって分かってるけど、それが私の決意なんだ。
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I thought you'd never ask. I thought you'd never ask. By the way, you know, craziest thing, Dise. I was in the House of Stone, and, you know, like, all the stuff in your room, I was like, man, that's a lot of stuff. I'm gonna put this into, like, a bunch of bags, you know, like, so that it could be moved, like, very easily. So, you know, real coincidence, but you're already packed. She said... Okay, so she said, I thought I need to draw the line here somewhere. If I'm going to be, you know, if I'm going to be working for the future of Alamigo, I can't, you know, I can't be, as impartial as the Dawn would need me to be. I know it's selfish, but, yeah, I'd like to resign.
怪我の痛みも残る状態で来てみれば、そんな話とはね。今まで散々かけられてきた迷惑のお返しはどうしてくれるのかしら。
Amazing. Okay. Yeah, I came here all the way, you know, with my injury, you know, with all of these, like, you know, my wounds still, you know, partially open or whatever, like, you know, still recovering and in pain. Just for this, huh? How exactly do you intend to repay us for all the trouble you've caused so far? I wonder. This is a bit. Yeah, like, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused for us? How exactly do you plan on making up for that? It's,
冗談よ。しっかりやりなさい。
Yeah, I'm just joking. You know, do what you think is best. Or, yeah, this is more like, you know, don't freak out. Yeah, no, it's just like, just don't freak out. Get it together. Calm down.
でも、これだけは忘れないで。暁を抜けたとしても、あなたは私たちの仲間よ。それはずっと変わらない。
Yeah, but there's one thing remember this. Even if you leave the Dawn, you're still our friend. That'll never change.
そうよね。
Right? And the thing is, nakama is more like, you know, comrade than friend, but in this case, you probably go with friend.
そういうことだから、 困ったことがあったら
I normally don't like
絶対に遠慮
translating
なんかしないで
Nakamata friend.
すぐに私たちを呼びなさい。きっと約束よ。
Yeah, that's why, yeah, if you're ever in trouble, be sure to don't hesitate to ask for help. We'll be there for you.
シュトラ、みんなずるいよ、もう泣けてきちゃうじゃないのさ。
Yeah, you're still everybody. It's not fair. I'm already about to cry. I will not miss you, Dise. When she said, I want to leave the dawn, I said, wow, thank you. Good. See ya. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Actually, maybe let the door hit you on the way out. Okay, we're just fishing. Pufferfish.
外れてしまったか。
Yes!
まったく糧を得るのも楽ではござらんな。
Perfect. 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 Yeah. Another... Yeah, another failure. I suppose it isn't... It's not quite easy to get food around here.
ここがあの世かとも思ったが、どうやら拙者生きておる。その証拠に腹がすく。
I thought that this was... Yeah, I thought that I was... Yeah, I thought this was the afterlife, but it appears that I'm still alive. My hunger is proof of that.
やっと悟った死に場まで気合で乗り越えんでもよかろうに。天はまだ拙者になすべきことがあるとでも申すか。
Yokaroni. Yeah, it's like to have survived where when I had finally found the place where I ought to have died could not have been through my own strength of spirit. It appears that the heavens still have something in store for me. It's like, fate still has more in store for me. It's like, the heavens still have something that I must do then.
まっことままならぬ。しかもよりにもよってこやつも一緒とは。
Yeah. This is... Honestly, I'd probably go with, this is utterly ridiculous. And to think I'm here with them as well. Yotsuyu. They both lived, somehow. Yeah, to think I'm with her as well. The English for that line... What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly, a fate worse than death? Fie on it, to have arrived at the appointed place and time, only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the kami are not finished with us yet. Why? Why are you saying the kami? That's still stupid. Stop saying dumb shit. this not being voiced is weird. According to the eyewitness reports in the area, this massive hole was opened. Yeah, was opened after the battle with Shinryu and Omega.
神竜は皇太子ゼノスによって捕獲されたが、オメガは以後も行方知れずのまま。そして大穴からは巨大なエネルギー反応があるときた。
Then, yeah, Shinryu was captured by the Crown Prince Xenos, but Omega has remained missing ever since. And there's a massive energy reading coming from this massive hole. There's a immense energy reading coming from this massive hole.
として調査を請け負ったが、今回も楽な案件じゃなさそうだ。
Yeah. As someone responsible for Omega being activated, I came to investigate, but it appears that this won't be easy.
とか、なんとか言って、
ジェ
会
シー
長はいつも社の仕事を後回し。挙句こうして社員を借り出すものだから、我が社は今期もピンチ確定ですよ。
Are you sure? Yeah. You always end up saying stuff like that and putting off actual, like the actual work for the company. 大王。だから。Yeah, okay. What product does Garland Ironworks actually sell? I mean, they should be filthy rich with all of the shit that they're selling. They could probably sell like one airship and just make, you know, $1 gazillion. Yeah, so then we're going to be sending out all of the you know, our employees on this, and yeah, so finances are going to be tough this year again, huh? Yeah, funds are going to be tight for a while here, huh?
この調査が社員たちに良い刺激を与える可能性も。
Well, no, so about that, yeah, this, you know, this investigation could be, you know, this could be like could be like a good experience for, for everybody.
手に余る技術だったらすぐ封印しちゃうくせに、分かってますよ。来期の業績を上げたかったら、一刻も早くこの調査を完了させるしかないってこと。
It would be a good experience. Everybody is gonna, you know, we're gonna learn a lot of stuff. Yeah, but if what we find is something that shouldn't be controlled, we're just gonna seal it up, though, right? 待ってます。よ、来期の、もう早くこの調査を完了。Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. If we want to actually, yeah, turn up a profit next quarter, we need to finish this investigation as soon as possible.
というわけで、会長代理の権限で、超ハイスペックの大型新人、採用しちゃいました。
Oh, no! And as such, with my authority as yeah, acting, yeah, as like acting president. Yeah, like, yeah, as president of the company. I've brought in a, you know, a real promising rookie onto the team.
は
Huh? Huh? Okay. Huh? So, if somebody says, huh? In Japanese with this, like, upwards intonation, they're pissed. Like, if somebody just goes like, ah, zakeru na ome, or, you know, like, yells at you or something, that's one thing. If somebody just goes, huh? That's like, I'm sorry, what? Fuck did you say? How can you even know that? It just sounds like confusion. It's just a thing where that sort of statement, the huh, is like a real strong, like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, hey, yeah, don't go setting the expectations too high here. Well, whatever the case, I'm sure I would exceed them, though. Okay, wait. The hell are you doing here, Nero?
本日付で配属になったぜ。さあ、オメガの調査と行こうか、ガーロンド。
配属に。Yeah. Yeah, I've joined the... Okay. The thing is that I'm not exactly doing the Japanese credit here, where they're using a bunch of business terms. The thing is that I don't do enough business stuff in English to be able to do this, but it's, the bit here is that he's using the turn of phrase that you would use when it's like, you know, you've just joined a new company, right? This is like, a pleasure to be working with you. Now then, let's hunt down Omega. Garland. Oh no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Nah, I don't like that. That's not really what he said. He just goes, okay, no, wait, what the hell are you doing, Nero? What is this? It's not like this isn't happening, it's, Nero, what the fuck? You're seriously doing this bit? This is a bit you're doing, Nero? Are you fucking with me? Because he's like, Nero, what the fuck are you doing? You're actually, you joined the company officially. Nero Tolskeva, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. That's too much. That's too much. Yeah! We're all gonna have a drinking party for the new employee. Next time. There is no possible way that they could have made me want to do. As for the ha, you didn't. No, that's... the problem with that is that that's too, like... That's too... I hate to use the term, but that's, like, too Marvel-ass. I would have gone with... For that ha, I would have gone with... You what? Right? Like a... Or even just a, no, hold up. Not you didn't. Maybe even just like a, wait, what the hell did you say? Okay, so this is, well, 4/6. Okay. Is Omega. So, Honestly, that took longer than I thought it would because there was a lot to talk about with the, there was a lot to talk about with the Xenos lines. So I don't think I'm going to start this just yet, but next time I will be doing Omega. I don't think, like, Wednesday is literally Christmas. Like, Wednesday is literally Christmas, so I'll make, like, a tweet about it or something, but I don't think I'm not gonna stream on Christmas. Like, everybody's gonna have better shit to be doing. I have better shit to be doing. But I might do Thursday instead. You know, like, day after Christmas. Because I do really want to do Omega. That was great. I would rather do day after rather than Christmas Eve, because people are busy on Christmas Eve as well. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing how much of the shit that I just talked about there was actually real. Oh, wait, I've got an idea. So as a little ending bit for the stream here, let's commemorate with a, let's do a little quick recap, and let's chart out the, let's chart out my impression / experience with the game thus far. One second. How do I crop things in OBS again? Okay. Let's see if this is working. Real quick. I hope it is. If it wasn't, that would be a real pain in the ass. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was capturing Clip Studio Paint. There we go. So, let's plot out a let's make a little graph here of actually, like, yeah, like let's make a graph of quality in enjoyment. Like, here, let's put it to peak. Why did I do that? And at the bottom is mid. Now, first, ARR. I'm gonna put that, this is where we're gonna start. I'm gonna say base ARR, you start right about here. ARR post patch, we're going to the moon. Love that shit. Heavensward main, we're coming back down. We're coming back down. Then post. Holy shit. What did you enjoy about ARR post? ARR post game has all of the best Ascian shit. ARR post game has all of the best Ascian shit. The stuff that is the most interesting in the game is all in ARR post patch. Everything that I've been talking about that has made me actually interested in the story of the game is from ARR post-patch. That's where you get your, Midgard-Sommer conversation. That's where you get all of the shit with Elidibus. That's where you get everything that lets you know. That's where you get your Stoltaru Mono with your true humanity. That's where you get everything. Everything in the game that's being set up, that's just about to come to fruition, is all set up in ARR. And so, like, holy shit. And then Heavensward post-patch? Oh, clearly only in JP? Yeah, absolutely only in JP. For example, Luxas, I don't know if you've seen the thing, but the line at the end of ARR, where Elidibus is talking to, Urianger? Or no, Elidibus is talking to La Habrea. And in the English, he just says, greater haste may be necessary. It seems greater haste may be necessary. In the Japanese, he says, we need to accelerate their evolution towards true humanity. They just cut that entirely. And the entire concept of true humanity is completely removed from the script in the English. The concept that people as they currently are incomplete and not truly human, and that they need to be restored to a full human state. That currently, people are not in a state that could be considered truly human. Which is the thing that led me to make the read that people's souls got split apart with the sundering, whatever it's called. That was in ARR. ARR is where I made that read. In the English, you have no chance of doing that. So, Heavensward post-patch with the Warriors of Darkness and shit, we're going even higher. Because it's all, like, we're doing a direct payoff from this, right? Like, the payoff from here is going up here. Straight to the moon. Then Stormblood, we're going. This is approximately what playing Stormblood is like. Actually, though, let me just bring some of these here. That wasn't violent enough. We're going down, and then like wiggling a bit, up, down, wiggle, up, up, up. We're going backwards. This is the experience of playing Stormblood. Well, yeah, it's a heartbeat that then turns into, like, you know, somebody just jabbed adrenaline into your fucking heart like Pulp Fiction. This is approximately what 4.0 feels like. Every other patch, you're like, oh yeah, this is good, and then, oh, no, not great. And actually, there should be another valley. There should be a valley here, though, honestly. Because it's, you got ARR to, the progression of ARR to the post-patch is far more like, it's like this, honestly. Because the very end of ARR, well, actually, no, never mind, I did that correctly, because it's ARR, post-patch to Heavensward goes down, yeah. Why do I rate Heavensward less than ARR? Because base ARR actually has interesting Ascian stuff. The, base ARR, even in, like, Todorok, and various other low-level dungeons, has really important Ascian dialogue that's completely removed in the English. That's really interesting. Like, playing ARR, I was like, wow, all of this stuff that's, you know, menial chores is really boring, but at least I can hang on, because I know that somewhere right around the corner, La Habrea is gonna show up and say some cool shit. Right, like, another idol is gonna show up and say some cool shit, and I'm gonna get, like, drip-fed, cool, interesting world building. Whereas Heavensward has, like, fucking nothing right up until the post-patch stuff. Like, there's some, like, fun little wacky side quests and things, but you really don't get much interesting world information in 3.0. You don't get that much interesting story information. You know, Midgard Sommer very occasionally shows up and says some shit. But for the most part, it's a very self-contained story with the dragons. You know, there's occasionally interesting world-building implications within all of that dragon stuff, but it's mostly just dragons. And it's not bad, it's not terrible. You know, there's some really fun bits, and there's some really fucking, like, sad as hell cutscenes. Like, you know, the whole thing with the waitress is fantastic, and it has nothing to do with anything in terms of the greater world building. But a lot of that is surrounded by, man, I really don't give a shit about Ishgardian culture. Like, we're trying to make me care about all this Ishgard stuff, and I don't really care. It gets a lot better as you start getting towards the end of Heaven's Ward, because Estinian shows up and you start palling around with him, and you have a great old time. Like, the bits where you've got Giselle and Estinian and you're going on wacky dragon adventures, or like the shit with the Moogles, that's all great. But ARR, despite having a bunch of really boring shit in it, has just enough sick as fuck foreshadowing that I still would say that if, like, I preferred 2.0 to 3.0. But then 4.0 is just get me out, get me out, get me the fuck out. Right? Like, but all the post-patch stuff has been great. For everything. The post-patch stuff has been great, and I'm assuming that this trend is going to continue, and it's just going to get better in the post-patches. But yeah, this is just... I couldn't think of a better way to illustrate my feelings on Stormblood other than this. Just... This is what we've been in. Just the fucking blender. And if I can just get off this wild ride, that would be great. But yeah, next time we will be beginning Omega. But the best part about this, all of this, is that I'm no longer in New Game Plus for any of this shit. Meaning, I could just start Omega. Do Omega for a bit, and if we go, hey, I think we should go back to the MSQ for a couple of missions. See what that's all about. We can just do that. I am no longer beholden to the New Game Plus system. Which is fantastic. Heaven's Ward is a toss-up. Either you're into the Knight versus Dragon thing or you're not in the closing. Yeah. Well, I would say that the whole Knight versus Dragon thing is a lot more interesting in the Japanese. It's way more interesting because because Ishgardian society isn't portrayed as just standard knights. It isn't portrayed as just standard knights nobility. And all of the stuff with Halone is really a complete sidebar to the actual themes of the expansion, which is, you know, a cycle of revenge. You know, the expansion in Japanese is about grief and revenge, whereas in the English it gets meddled up by throwing, like, and faith in there, but Halone is barely mentioned. You know, people are called heretics and stuff, but it's kind of just thrown in there. Like, even at the very end, they don't, like, what's his name? The Pope doesn't just come out and say, like, we need to abide by Halone's rules. He just starts saying, like, you motherfucker, nobody in Ishgard is going to be able to deal with the idea that everything that they've been doing has been completely pointless for the last 1,000 years. We have no choice but to keep the war going. Which is a more compelling villain than the thing that you get in the English. In the English, well, one, he's not even the Pope, he's the Archbishop. Despite him just being called the Pope. And he's just like, oh, we can't stop the war with the dragons. We would be throwing away all of our proud Ishgardian culture. When he doesn't care. And then Estinian in the English is complete bullshit, too. Like, Estinian in the English calls Ysael a heretic. He calls Ysael a heretic. The guy who to your face says, oh, we're doing this behind the Vatican's back? Sick. I fucking love doing shit behind the Vatican's back. The guy who does not give a shit about the religion in Ishgard at all is going around calling people heretics. And the thing is that I hated English Estinian. When I played through the game in English, I despised that character. He was easily my most hated character. And I was very confident that I would not like him in Japanese. And then he showed up for like 5 seconds, and I'm like, God damn, I kind of like this guy. He's so much better. Like, Estinian is the single biggest improvement in the game. With a close second being Harshavan. Harshavan in the Japanese is endearing as fuck. English Estinian was awful. I will stand by that forever. English Estinian was fucking garbage. I despised the character. Like, I didn't just find him one note, I found him detestable. Just thoroughly awful. To the point where I was genuinely just saying, like, we should just kill Estinian and fix the entire story. Because in the English, they don't explain shit, and it's all his fault. Yeah, JP Estinian is just like, alright bro, let's fucking go. We got this. Oh, we're doing some heresy? Hell yeah. Like, they actually explain why him going with you and Ysael is important in the Japanese. His relationship with Imeric is actually established and endearing. Yeah, like, so for all of the lulls and boring shit that was in Heavensward and the filler, it was still better than this. And for all of the filler in ARR, at least, like, that filler was pure filler. Right? Like, the game basically just tells you to your face, this is filler, you don't have to care. Right? When you get sent on, like, a 15 quest long thing to go make wine, you know, okay, I can just tune out here. I don't need to be paying attention whatsoever. Stormblood is filler that doesn't think that it's filler. And it just doesn't have any of the moments that ARR has of giving you stuff to actually hang on to. You know, it doesn't have interesting conversations with Banshin, idols, primals, whatever you want to fucking call them, to latch onto. It doesn't give you interesting world-building information to latch onto. It's just, look at Xenos, look at Xenos. Do you see how massive his ass is? Bro, goddamn. That's it. That's the expansion. Juicy. It's just, wow, we need to go save Alamigo. We need to go save Alamigo. Okay, we don't need to save Alamigo anymore. We need to go save Doma. We need to go save Doma. Lisa, you should go with them, even though you're from Alamigo and all you care about is the liberation of Alamigo. You should definitely go save Doma instead. And also, like, that's the other thing, is that ARR has all of the sages. It has everybody in the Dawn. It has Minfilia, who's a great character. Minfilia is fucking wonderful in the Japanese. Endlessly interesting. You've got Y'shtola, who's actually showing up and being interesting. Really, the only main character in ARR that I didn't like and was groaning whenever they were on screen was Thancred. Like, anytime Thancred was on screen, I was like, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Fuck you. But even then, that was like, okay, that's the one guy that's, like, annoying. That's it. That's fine. But here, you know, Thancred isn't the main character in ARR. Disa is the main character in Stormblood, and she's fucking awful. But Stormblood had some really good bits. Everything with Magnai, aka Yohai, aka Magnai, is fucking peak. The entire section in the steppe was amazing. Loved it. All of the shit with the turtles. Loved that. That was wonderful. Anytime you got to hang out with Alize. Absolutely great. Anytime Golsitsu was on screen. Wonderful. Anytime Totoro was on screen. Fucking peak. But then you kind of have to contend with the fact that nothing that you're doing is good. I actually liked the Ruby Sea? Yeah. Yeah. Like, all the stuff with the Kojin, all the stuff with the turtles, they were great. It's like you, Alize, and Nisei need to come up with a plan while Alfino is out doing everything else. And the plan that you come up with is, let's beat him up. You know, and then you go, you collect, like, the 3 treasures, like, the crown jewels. You know, literally, it's basically, like, the Japanese Imperial crown jewels to summon up, it's not Yojimbo, it's the other guy. Whose name I can't remember. That whole section is fucking great. And that whole, what was his name? What was his name? Susanoo. This whole section with Susanoo, amazing. Love it. You fucking catch the sword and shit. It's great. The game actually even just straight up tells you, like, don't worry about this. We're just doing this because it's fucking tight. Just roll with it. It's fun. Everything leading up to Susanoo is awesome too. Like, I had the biggest, goofiest grin on my face that entire segment. You know, even the stuff with a lot of the pirates was fun. You know, like you go bust Golsitsu out of prison, and he's just like having a sparring match with all the guards because they're like, holy shit, look at this guy. It's like, you're telling me like they imprisoned this dude and then they just ended up being best friends? What the fuck? It's great. Here's the thing. I'm assuming some amount of people would be upset by the total asshole of Golsitsu and Yugiri being alive at the end of this. I do not care. That cutscene was the worst thing in the game so far. The cutscene with Hien monologuing at Golsitsu while he is bleeding out was the most bullshit cutscene in the game so far. I was infuriated. Like, that whole segment, I believe I literally yelled at the screen, fuck off. Like, go fuck yourself. There's no way. And so whoever's decision it was to just say, how about we just ignore that cutscene entirely and have Golsitsu and Yugiri survive? I'm here for it. By all means, retcon absolute garbage. If something is complete dog shit, feel free to retcon it. And that's clearly a retcon. Yeah, Golsitsu and Yotsuyu. What was I saying? Was I not saying Yotsuyu? Was I saying like Yoyutsu? Or something? Probably. Yotsuyu. Oh, I was saying Yugiri. Fuck, yeah. I thought I was saying Yotsuyu. Golsitsu holding up the castle thing was a throwback to Final Fantasy VI? Yes, but here's the problem. The problem with that is that Golsitsu says, I am totally prepared to die. I cannot think of a better place for me to lay down my life than saving my lord. Get out of here at once. And then Hien goes, I see what you're doing, and you are so valid, but hang on, let me monologue at you while you are bleeding out for about 5 minutes. I really need to make this about me and how I feel. And I'm an empath, so I can really tell that, like, you're really angry about this and that you're in a lot of pain right now. And so I just want to let you know that I understand how much pain you're in. Like, that whole segment where Hien actually starts monologuing at him instead of just running away. I, like, fuck this guy. And then Yotsuyu shoots Gosetsu instead of shooting Hien? Why? That whole segment was insane. And so I'm totally down with them completely retconning it out of existence. If they had literally said, it feels like everything that happened, Yotsuyu put down a powerful hallucinogen in the tower. And we all just imagined that Gosetsu died. I would be fine with that. The thing is that Gosetsu in the Japanese did have a shut up and go line. He had like 3. He said multiple times, shut up, get out of here, go, I'm totally fine with dying here, get out of here, get out of here. I can't hold this up for much longer, hurry up and get out of here. He says that like 3 different times, and Hien still monologues at his ass. So, if all that happens at the end of Stormblood is Bisei and Hien are never seen again in the story, 10 out of 10. Best finale. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Yeah, they did make Xenos more interesting at the end there. I am interested. I am also interested in everything that Eldibus was saying, so I am very much hype for whatever the actual story of the game is. And I'm sure that people are going to be very, very mad when stuff that they thought wasn't properly foreshadowed was actually foreshadowed. Because I get the feeling that I'm pretty close on a lot of the stuff. It's gonna be set up in the next couple of expansions. But I actually did see somebody say like, oh, you know, how interesting is the story actually if somebody can just guess everything that's gonna happen in the story? And it's like, no, you fucking idiots. The thing that's interesting about stories is, like, if a story is written well and somebody can actually, like, predict what things are gonna happen and extrapolate and come up with fun theories, that's the fun of good storytelling. Right? Like, you know, murder mysteries where you can actually piece together who the killer is before it's revealed don't make them bad murder mysteries. It just means that you actually established somebody being the killer for a reasonable reason. If nobody could possibly have seen it coming and there were no hints to it in the story, that's bad storytelling. Like, for the mystery to be good, some amount of people do actually need to be able to guess how things are going to go down and have valid reasoning for it. Not just have it be a, you know, last-second ass pull. But that seems to be what's happening a lot in the English here, is that they think that vague equals better storytelling. They just get rid of detail. They just get rid of information. All the things about Eldibus saying, you know, the world will be returned to the way it ought to be. Its original state. Its true state. All of those are just gone in the English. And I don't know why. All of the information about how idols work is gone. Meaning that everything that Xeno said about people, you know, transcendence being able to control them, making sense. Like, the second he said, you know, Banshin ni shitagaeru, I was like, oh fuck, that makes sense because XYZ. You know, and I'm sure I got some amount of that wrong, but there is precedent like, it's a cool thing for him to have said because it makes sense. Right? Like, if you're following the English, him saying, like, oh, people with the Echo should be able to mind control primals, that doesn't make sense. What are you going to latch on to have that make sense? Of just saying, like, oh, well, I mean, you could resist them before, so I guess if you were, like, more powerful, you could, like, switch that to be, like, you can control them? But that doesn't feel very satisfying. That feels like an ass pull. Whereas in the Japanese, they say, like, no, these things are summoned lumps of ether without any real will of their own. And so, you know, it makes sense for a Transcendent to be able to rewrite their programming. Like, yeah, okay. I understand. I know the rules for how idol/primal summoning works. Therefore, I can extrapolate. Yeah, and like Padge said, it's like surprise and twists aren't the thing that makes a story good. And yeah, like that's the fun of rereading a book, is you look back and you go, oh, this was set up here, or that's how you knew that this was going to happen. It was like this character said this thing here, which hinted to them actually having this motivation, or you're like, oh, this character that was like terminally ill, you can see a couple of lines here that indicate that. Like, it was properly set up, and you can go back and you can reread it, and you can appreciate that sort of setup. Whereas if it just comes out of nowhere, then it's just like, oh, okay, that was a twist that I could have never seen coming, and those can be fun sometimes, but it's not like they're particularly satisfying. You know, like a full-on M. Night Shyamalan twist where it's just like, ooh, by the way, we were actually on the moon this whole time! Ha-ha! Like, you didn't know it, but Malcolm in the Middle was actually set on Mars. Whoa, I didn't see that coming. You know, that's not like... Yeah, Sixth Sense is an example of a good twist, but there's actually stuff that sets it up in Sixth Sense. Or, you know, like Fight Club, those have proper setup. You have actual proper foreshadowing. Whereas the foreshadowing in Final Fantasy XIV is just wrong. Like, not only is it not present in a lot of places, the things that they do set up then just never get used. Like, Alfino referring to Arnvald as a walker, capital W. That just gets dropped completely. Anybody who's, like, going back and rereading things is going to be like, what did Alfino mean by walker? Does that reference, like, blah, blah? No. It doesn't reference anything. They threw it in there because they thought it sounded cool, and then they realized that it was dumb. And then they stopped. You know, that's the stuff that bugs me. Because people really, you know, like, I've said it a lot, but, like, people really like this game, and I really like this game, and you've got a big community that are very dedicated to it. And feeding them your own fanfic instead of a proper translation of the original, a faithful translation, a good faith translation of the original, even, just good faith. It could be low quality, but with good intentions, and I'd be fine. But to intentionally feed them garbage and to intentionally remove vital information from them just feels like you're slapping them in the face. Right? Like, when you change a line to say, like, greater haste may be necessary in order to completely get rid of the whole thing the Yassians were talking about with true humanity, then that's a slap in the face to the people who are dedicated to your game. You're literally just withholding information from them for no reason. And that bothers me. Like, that actually bothers me about it. Because, you know, people are going to, you know, like, people do put in the work. People make huge lore videos. Maybe people make, like, huge lore breakdowns and stuff like that, in theory crafting, and all of it is based on just, like, total horseshit. And, you know, people's time being wasted like that bothers me. You know, if I was making something and, like, I wouldn't want to do that to people. It just feels, I feel bad. I would not be able to do that. I would feel too bad about it. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, ARR, I don't blame people for getting, like, filtered by it or Stormblood in English. Because the English is really bad. Like, it's boring and overly grandiose and, like, childish. It's like, why am I sitting here listening to this dude with a fake German name talk about shitting himself and how small his dick is? Why am I doing this? You know, that gave me the same feeling when I played through in English of, you know, like, I played World of Warcraft. You know, that bit in, shit, I can't remember which one it is. I can't even remember the expansion, but you like, go on a quest where you fly around on a big old parrot in a pirate area and you have it shit on people. And I'm just like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why is this a main story quest? Why is this in the game? Why am I here? I don't want to do this. Might be Cataclysm, maybe. I think it's more for Azeroth. Or Battle for Azeroth, or whatever it was called. BFA. You know, it gave me that same feeling, but then you don't have anything else, like, to look forward to in English ARR. And fucking hell, English Stormblood? Christ, man. English Stormblood literally filtered me. Like, when I was playing through the game, English Stormblood filtered me. You know, like, it was for a different reason. It was because the sheer difference between what I was hearing in Japanese and what I was reading on screen was just making me so fucking angry that I couldn't enjoy the game anymore. And I couldn't dodge it. Like, you know, here, when we've been going through Stormblood, I've been checking out the English as we go, but I haven't been seeing it for every line. Like, I can just turn it off. If it's like, oh, okay, this is starting to bother me, I can just close the window with the English text. You can't do that if you're playing it in English. But yeah, it's good. I am happy. I am happy that we've gotten through the worst of it. I'm actually interested in Dawn Trail, because people are talking mad shit about Dawn Trail, but the bits of Dawn Trail that I've seen, I've actually liked. So I might eat those words. But which bits did you see? Mostly just bits of Wuklamat talking, and in Japanese, she's great. I've just seen, like bits and pieces of, like, Wuklamat dialogue. And in Japanese, she's great. Like, the second she showed up, I'm like, oh, I like this character. If it's basically just Stormblood, but with Wuklamat instead of Lise, and she's a real character, I would be totally fine with that. Because, I mean, I was fine with the sections of Stormblood that were just going around with Magni. I hope you like 60 hours of that character. I mean, I would be okay with it. I would be fine. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, like, you know, ARR also has a lot of more endearing stuff to it in the Japanese, especially all the different, you know, all the different little beast people. Right? Like, the sylphs showing up and talking in Uwu speak. The what's it called? The dudes who were summoning Ifrit. Whose name's the name of which I cannot remember. Talking like full-on warrior poets using ridiculous 4 kanji compounds. Every time the Amalja. Yeah, every time the Amalja are on screen in the Japanese, it's fucking great. Just so much fun. So, you know, I think that to summarize, the main patches have been getting worse, and the post patches have been getting better. Like 3.0 is worse than 2.0, 4.0 is worse than 3.0, but 3.1 is better than 2.1, and so if that trend continues, we're in for some good shit. It's all good quality from here. Yeah, so next time we'll do Omega, because I'm totally down for Sid and Nero's big day out. Like for more buddy cop Sid and Nero. Combined with whoever this new character is, who I probably do remember as like a treasurer / president. Just talking shit. I refuse to do Hildebrand. I utterly refuse. I don't want to do Hildebrand. I don't want to do Hildebrand. If I do Hildebrand, it'll be off stream. I don't want to do Hildebrand. People really like Hildebrand. I tried doing Hildebrand. I didn't like Hildebrand. See, that's the thing, is that I respect that people like it, and so I don't particularly want to stream me going like, not funny, didn't laugh. Hildebrand and ARR is terrible? Okay, if it gets better, then maybe. But just streaming side content and just going, not funny, didn't laugh. Sounds pretty fucking whack. It's actually pretty good? Okay. I might give it a look. But yeah. That'll do it for me. I desperately need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna end the stream here. Peace out. Probably day after Christmas for next stream. See ya.